Hello everyone. My name is Anju Wicki. I'm with Geosyntec Consultants, and I am currently the Vice President of the Bay Planning Coalition, or BPC. And on behalf of BPC, I want to thank you all for being here for what I know will be an insightful and engaging discussion around our community's approach to sea level rise in the Bay Area. As stated in the recent Sea Level Rise Adaptation Funding and Investment Framework prepared by MTC, BCDC, and the Association of Bay Area Governments, sea level rise adaptation, as is stated in the report in the Bay Area, will require a vivid reimagining of our relationship with our shorelines, and no part of our shoreline will remain unchanged. Adapting to this uncertain future will require significant amounts of funding. And as you can see, didn't progress, there we go, all the funding. As you can see from the slide, the federal and state governments are allocating billions of dollars in funds to address resiliency. The adaptation report was devoted to quantifying the magnitude of the funding required to protect the Bay's shoreline and had the following key findings. Protecting all portions of the shoreline that will experience sea level rise is estimated to cost $110 billion. Of that amount, the Bay Area governments can account for just over $5 billion being available through existing federal, state, regional, and local funding programs. This leaves a gap of approximately $105 billion to fill in the next decade. While the cost of tackling this regional challenge is significant, the report states that the cost of inaction is anticipated to be over $230 billion. So we are talking very big numbers. So with those mind-boggling numbers, the biggest challenge we face is that of acting as one community, one Bay Area. We have multiple plans and reports defining the problems and solutions, but we need more coordination. Coming up with some out-of-the-box funding approaches, whether that be public-private partnerships, also a way to move the funds through the system, and a desire by all entities within our region to implement a solution that ultimately is looking at our overarching goal of protection of our shoreline, I believe is our call to action. So we are going to spend our day talking about exactly that, which is money, the where we can get it, how we can use it, and how we can move it through the system, and also some examples of where we've done it successfully. So the first segment is going to be around navigating the current funding landscape. This will be an informative dialogue on grant funding with a specific focus on best practices, strategies, and available tools and resources to identify and secure funding in the competitive landscape. Our second segment will be showcasing some regional projects. This is going to be a panel highlighting the projects of One Shoreline and the Port of San Francisco. Both organizations are implementing and planning resilience projects through various partnerships and funding approaches. This panel discussion will highlight the innovations and coordination efforts in responding to rising sea levels. Our third segment, which is going to be around advancing adaptation, regional finance, and coordination strategies. This will build on the discussions of the first two segments, and we will convene NGO, conservation, insurance, local elected, and regional agency leaders to kickstart a conversation on the funding and coordination of the region's response to sea level rise and its impending impacts. So with the estimated costs of over $110 billion to protect our communities and infrastructure by 2050, we hope this panel discussion will identify some challenges our region must face in order to implement a coordinated funding strategy. With that, I want to thank our event sponsors. Cameron, does that just roll through? Okay. We have a lot of engagement at BPC. It's very much appreciated, and we look forward to having even more. All right, so just a few reminders before I introduce our keynote. The program features a complete list of speaker biographies for more in-depth information on today's event participants. It also features an online resource guide accessible on page 14 of the event program. The guide includes links to web pages and reports that will be mentioned by today's speakers. Moderator questions. We will have moderators for each segment. And so to submit your question to the moderator, please, submit it to the online form. To access the form, there's a QR code on the back of the program. and additional QR codes are spread through the audience. These questions will be provided to the segment's moderator, and we will do our best to answer each question. Questions that are not answered live during the event will be provided to segment participants, and answers will be posted on BPC's website. Please note that the same form will be used for each segment, so you can keep the online form open on your device. All right, so now to start our program officially, I am thrilled to introduce our keynote speaker, Libby Schaaf, the former mayor of Oakland and candidate for California State Treasurer. Libby is an accomplished leader in the region with a long history of supporting the San Francisco Bay region as a leader in climate-related efforts. She has a long history in the region as an attorney, legislative aide, city council member, and former director of public affairs at the Port of Oakland, and recently as the mayor of Oakland from 2015 to 2023. In 2018, she was named to the Politico 50 list of most influential people driving politics in the United States. Libby is a climate leader. She served as a local climate leader at the COP21 Climate Accords in Paris, the COP27 in Egypt, and as a member of the U.S. delegations to the UN's Habitat 3 in Peru, which created the International Sustainable Development Goals. She is currently a lecturer at UC Berkeley's Goldman School of Public Policy and is the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Secretary Fudge's appointee to the Metropolitan Transportation Commission and Bay Area Housing Finance Authority. So with that, I'd like you all to help me welcome Libby to the stage.
I don't know if people's coffee have kicked in yet, so I'm going to walk around and not stand behind the podium. Good morning. Hey. Good to see old friends and new friends. My name is Libby Schaaf. I am the recovering mayor of Oakland, California. And as you've heard, I have not been bored since leaving office. I want to ask for a little bit of your grace this morning. I am not at my 100% best. I suffered a really devastating loss on Friday night. My campaign manager, my senior advisor, while I was the mayor, Peggy Moore, who many people in the Bay Area and California know, she and her wife died in a head-on collision on Friday night. That's a picture of her. She was larger than life, an amazing spirit. She was Obama's political director for California twice. And so if I'm not 100%, I ask that you give me a little grace because I've had a rough weekend. That said, as I thought about what you wanted me to accomplish with this talk, I felt like it fit into these three categories. And Hope, Change, Action was the name of Peggy and Hope's consulting firm. So I just want to dedicate my talk to them. I'm going to give you 3 lessons of hope. I am going to give you 3 opportunities for change and 3 calls to action. So let's start with my first lesson of hope. This is both the good news and the bad news. Local elected officials are like fierce local boosters. Yeah, this is me and Ed Lee at an A's versus Giants game. And the problem with that structurally is it does not incentivize your local elected officials to be regionalists. Now, I can tell you about a morning in early 2016. I had just lapped my first year as mayor, and I was driving with Adam Vandewater across the Bay Bridge on a spectacular day. The water was sparkling off the bay, but I was in a really shitty mood, pardon my language, even though he had shown up with a cafe au lait, no foam, low-fat milk. I was going to join Mayor Lee, Gavin Newsom, Nancy Pelosi, all these fancy people, to pitch to George Lucas why he should build the Museum of Narrative Arts on Treasure Island. And I was really pissed because I had spent a lot of time pitching to the team why they should build it in Oakland. I felt like I had lost. I felt like I had failed as the mayor of Oakland. But I got to the fancy convening, and Adam teased me a little bit. You know, Adam is an Oakland resident, like almost everyone who works for the city and county of San Francisco, by the way. This was his project to work on. And as an aside, he's also married to Amanda Brown Stevens, who's the executive director of the Greenbelt Alliance, Go Greenbelt. And you know, he tried to get me out of my bad mood as we drove across the bay. But really, it was the late, great Ed Lee that oversaw my conversion to being a regionalist. He made me feel that getting this museum on Treasure Island was just as much a win for Oakland as it was for San Francisco. It was just as much a win for our children and our workers as it would have been for the children and the workers of San Francisco. And that we as a region are going to succeed or fail together. We are not competitors of each other. We are partners in a fight. And that is a lesson that I have always taken and cherished from Ed Lee. And where's Stephanie Moulton-Peters? There you are. We served together on MTC. And it's hard sometimes, wouldn't you say, Stephanie? The pull between defending and trying to get as much as you can for your own jurisdiction versus thinking about what is the best policy for the region as a whole. So as we enter into what will be political activity, whether it's lobbying the state or federal government for the resources that you just saw are needed, or acting locally, you just please remember this tension. But the good news is, even though we did not get the museum, it's being built in Los Angeles, by the way, but local elected officials can become regionalists, and that is a hopeful message. And Stephanie, thank you for being one of them. All right, my second story I want to regale you with was in early 2017, and I had the very fun privilege of cutting the ribbon on the new gondola that goes up the hill in the Oakland Zoo. How many people have ridden on that gondola? Wow. You know, I wrote that, I'm like, babies are going to be conceived in this thing. It is amazing, right? But as I went up on, like, you know, this kind of maiden voyage, I actually started to cry. And it's because that morning, our newly elected president, Donald Trump, had announced that he was withdrawing the United States of America from the climate accords that had been reached in Paris. As you heard from my overly long biography, I was privileged to be at the climate accords in Paris and to look at this beautiful bay, this bay that really doesn't care what local government runs its particular segment of shoreline. When you look at the bay from above, you remember just how inconsequential local governments are, and in some ways, government at all. I felt very, very sad. But fast forward to Egypt, and fast forward to the response to the president pulling out of those climate accords. Turns out that actually local climate action is incredibly powerful and incredibly effective. I will say at those last climate accords in Egypt, I was there for 4 days. I was scheduled to give 16 talks in 4 days. After the 15th one, I told Daniel Hamilton that he was giving number 16. I was done. I share that story to say that there is just an increasing hunger and interest in local action. And while we may feel inconsequential when we look down on something as glorious as our bay, our estuary, my God, our Pacific Ocean, We can do things at the local level. And back to my first point, when you make people feel personal, where's my person from the Marin Rowing Association? Yes, Rick. When we make it personal, that it's not just about like an ozone layer in the sky, it's about the shoreline that you row next to every morning that is your peace, that is your salvation. To the extent that we can make climate action personal to every person in this Bay Area, that is how we will win those resources that we need to do the work that we need to do. Oh, no. And then third lesson of hope. Persistence pays off. It has been, between the passage of Measure AA, I'm spoiler alert, and the creation of Save the Bay, it's been 55 years. It's a long time. But look what has gotten done. BCDC was created. San Francisco Estuary was created. The San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority was created. And yes, 70% of the voters of our 9 Bay Area counties voted to increase their taxes a little bit so that we could start restoring the Bay. This is a generational gift. This is generational impact. And the fact that we did this in 2016, even though it was 55 years in the making, shows that we can do it again. So this is, $500 million. And now we just have to do $100 billion. But, inflation. It can be done. It can be done. All right, so we've been building our muscle of regionalism and persistence for a while. We can continue to do that. We have the muscle to go on. All right, what are our opportunities? I mean, first, let's talk about our 3 favorite uncles. And I'm not talking about Uncle Sam. I'm talking about his 3 new brothers, Bill, Ira, and Chip. I love these guys. This is amazing. This is an amazing opportunity. And yet, as you heard already this morning, it's not going to be enough. I found this on the internet. I did not draw the funny pictures. I hope no one finds it. I'm actually very patriotic, so this is not supposed to be disrespectful at all. This is an incredible opportunity. We do need to galvanize as a region and go with a unified voice. We did very well in the first round of infrastructure funding because MTC did something that apparently almost no other MPOs did, which was actually create a prioritized list for the whole Bay Area of what our top priority projects were for federal funding. They were very impressed. It was a very successful strategy. Other regions are not doing that. So we cannot all sit there and send our individual lobbyists to all ask for their thing. We do need to think as a region and prioritize with our values at heart. All right, how many people in this room are planners? I know you are. Can we have a round of applause for the planners? I love you guys. You've been hard at work over these last few years, and we have been doing more regional planning, more future forecasting that has gotten us to this point today. So the financial plan is really just one more step in the journey that has started by these other plans that have been going on. And I know that you are going to have people far more expertise than I to dig into this plan, what we're going to really dig into today. But I want to credit Warner, who I have just loved talking to prepare for this over the last week. He calls it a fiscal tidal wave. He's trying to get your attention, and he should. I like to frame it as a bargain. So the numbers to memorize I know everybody like is thinking about that $110 billion number, but try and memorize this number too, the $236 billion. It actually makes 110 billion seem like a bargain, right? Half off. All right, so this is an opportunity, all the plans that have been done. And then finally, I want to talk about the call to action. What can we do in this moment to take advantage of these lessons of hope, to act on these opportunities for change? Well, first, recognize and reward political leaders who are regionalists, who do think long term. Because I can tell you from personal experience, it's hard. Politicians are term limited. Many of them want to cut ribbons as opposed to invest in long-term plans, a little less sexy, right? Oh, I produced this piece of paper. But we as a political class don't always ask these questions in our endorsement questionnaires. We don't record how people have voted on issues of regional importance. So start paying attention. Maybe we can create a regionalist scorecard or report card or something. But start thinking about that as you're deciding who to support for elected office. It does matter tremendously. So think about how you can incorporate regionalism and long-term planning into your endorsement process and your own personal voting. Second call to action. We have 2 measures that will be on this November's ballot that need your help, your activism, your involvement, frankly, your money right now. The first one is the Bay Area Regional Housing Bond. Now, this, I think, was inspired by Save the Bay's Measure AA. You know, we marched up to Sacramento a couple years ago and created California's first regional housing finance authority. This is made up of the 9 counties in the Bay Area. And part of the creation of this body was the power to place bond measures on the ballot. And I'm going to talk about my love of bond measures soon. It's part of why I'm running for state treasurer, because let me break it to you. The treasurer actually has nothing to do with the state's budget or spending decisions, but it does do all the bond issuances. And that is the power of public financing that I am very excited about unleashing. This housing bond, though, has a climate impact because it's going to allow us to build housing closer to jobs so we don't have the super commuters, so people can afford to live stably and healthily in good neighborhoods near good jobs. I don't know if you all saw, it's actually on the front page of today's Chronicle, an article that shows there are 41,000 units of housing, affordable housing they're already in the pre-development pipeline. Their sites are identified. They have gone through the entitlement process. They are ready to be built. They are just waiting for this bond to pass. And of course, it will have a much bigger impact than just unlocking and getting going those 41,000 units that are already in the pipeline. It will probably create, actually, when you include the preserved or kind of rehabilitated units, it probably is going to serve 1 million Bay Area residents with affordable housing. This is a big deal, $20 billion. So see, this is something that shows we can do it. This is actually part of the plan for addressing our different climate risks. Audience participation. Could you all get out your cell phones and turn on your cameras and go to look at this, see this little QR code right here? Thank you. Did it come up? No? Yeah? Okay, good. I got a thumbs up there. Thank you. So if you might put in your name so you can receive information about this measure and this campaign. I don't know if I'm allowed to do, am I allowed to do political campaigning? Damn it, vote for this. Donate $5, donate something, go and knock on doors, tell your neighbors about it. And again, it's on the front page of the Chronicle today, an article about this will unlock housing units that are ready to be built in this Bay Area. And affordable housing near transit and jobs is climate change. All right, thank you. Don't worry, I'm gonna have another audience participation soon. This is the second measure I want everyone to know about. This is actually, right now it's called ACA 1. That's its legislative name. It will be a statewide measure. It will be a constitutional amendment. And it will allow infrastructure and affordable housing bonds to pass with 55% of the vote as long as they have certain accountability and transparency provisions. Right now, you may know that to get a bond pass, you have to get 66.67% of the vote. That means 1/3 of voters can kill something that a majority, a Democratic majority, wants to have happen in their community. That is the current state of affairs. That is why Measure AA required that 70% vote. If it had gotten 66.5% of the vote, it would have failed. We would not have Measure AA. We would not have the Bay restoration that we have today. This is really good sense change. It increases accountability and transparency for these bonds, but it does allow local communities to go to their own voters and say, for us in Marin, I'm sorry I keep picking on you, for us in Marin, part of our climate adaptation plans include creating better waterways for our recreational rowers. In a city like Oakland, it might be quite different. We've found by involving our residents in the neighborhoods that are going to be most impacted by sea level rise and flooding risk, that they are really worried about all the toxics in the ground, in the soil from the industrial past of that neighborhood, and what's going to happen when you have toxic soil and flooding happening at the same time. How is that going to impact their children? So that's what it might look like in Oakland. By getting communities to engage themselves in the pieces of climate action that are meaningful to them, that is how we win votes like this. But they shouldn't be spoiled by 1/3 of voters. So this is a really common sense change to our current way of approving bonds. The last thing I'll say about bonds is we're talking about making generational changes. We're talking about building things that will be enjoyed for multiple decades, if not, hopefully, centuries. And so it is actually a sensible and fair way to finance them by passing that cost along over multiple years. And that's the power of public financing. That's what is exciting about it, and that is why we should liberate the local elections of authorizing bonds for infrastructure. So this is one I'm really excited about. And please, audience participation, get out your cameras, scan the QR code, let me know if it comes up. This is where you can sign up to, again, get information, find out about the campaign. And remember, this is all infrastructure bonds. And that means adaptation. That means restoring wetlands. That means making the infrastructure changes to our roads and our storm drain systems that will help us adapt to the sea level rise. This is how we are going to actually get to that $110 billion price tag. It is not going to just be because our 3 uncles were super generous. We are going to have to take local action too. We are going to have everyone, including our local voters, own this fight to save our planet and our communities. So I leave you with my last call to action, and that is Let us keep up the advocacy at the state and federal level. Obviously, it is working. Thank you, three uncles. And let's start planning now for what a local climate action bond would look like. What will be in it? How will each person in our beautiful Bay Area see themselves in this fight? And with that, I believe that we can enjoy a beautiful, sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Libby, for those very inspiring words. Set a great tone for the day. All right. Apologies. So we're going to move on to our first segment of the day. I'm not that coordinated, so I'm going to have to do this. Set that back. Where are we? All right, apologies for that. So to begin our next segment, I'd like to introduce Nikki Roche. Hopefully I'm saying your name correctly, Nikki. So apologies. So Nikki has a Bachelor of Science from UC Davis in Wildlife and Fish Conservation, a Master of Science from Clemson University, and a PhD in Applied Biodiversity Science from Texas A&M. Through her current work at the joint venture, Nikki is actively engaged in developing public-private partnerships, financing strategies for restoration, and advancing climate resiliency to protect wildlife and local communities. So Nikki is going to moderate navigating the current funding landscape. And I invite you up to the stage.
Hello, welcome. Thank you again, Libby. That was great way to kick off the day. A lot of energy, especially given the current circumstances. So really appreciate it. Yeah, really excited to be here today and talk about this really important topic of navigating the funding landscape. Reminder to please scan your QR code to submit questions for these two upcoming speakers. So if you would like to ask a question, it will happen after the two speakers at the end for our Q&A. So first, I want to introduce Miss Amy Julowski, who is a senior principal and the planning and funding practice lead for GeoSyntech Consultants. She has more than 22 years of experience developing public-private partnerships, community planning, and stakeholder engagement. She has successfully secured more than $262 million in grant awards for the public sector and industry clients, and she brings an understanding of the best practices, program approach, and partnership development, so we can all learn a lot from Amy. So love to welcome you up.
I'm just gonna practice. Okay. Hi, everyone. Good morning. It's so nice to be here. Libby, I feel like I'm a vice mayor in my community, and I feel like you know me, you get me. I'm so excited to have a chance to speak, not only from the work that I do professionally, but also from the work that I do with my own community, serving them as their vice mayor and helping them make policy decisions and also funding decisions. So I feel like you just knew what I was going to talk about a little bit. So we were vibing there for a second. Can I open this so I can see? Is that going to mess it up? Just a little bit of a neck. There we go. Keep me focused. Okay. Nope. Let's start there. So I think it's important. There's so many amazing speakers today that are going to dig a little deeper with you on specifics in the Bay Area and funding opportunities. There's so many people that are doing amazing work and tracking that funding. I think my job at the beginning here is to help kind of set some expectations around process and how do we organize our thoughts. As Libby was talking about, there's so much funding out there right now, and opportunities for funding and funding frameworks. There's a little bit of FOMO, I think, of there's funding, how do we go get it? And so I want to talk a little bit more about how we organize ourselves to get that funding, how we organize our partnerships, and really create the impact network here in the Bay Area that needs to be in place to make these things happen. And I think to start, we want to look at resilience and coastal resilience in particular from a wider lens. I think as community advocates and climate professionals and local governments, for the longest time we've been planning and we've been data gathering and we've been responding to emergent issues. I think more and more there's an opportunity as we look towards implementation and that big $110 billion number, to look for projects that are going to provide sustained regional solutions. And while we're doing that, I love, Libby, that you talked about some of the housing focus. While we are creating these coastal resilience measures, we're also creating more resilient and livable communities. So we have this kind of bigger impact in the work that we're doing. And the funding that we're seeing from the federal government, the funding that's filtering down into the states through formula funding, we're also seeing that have a shift and a focus on ways that community engagement, these regional networks and public-private partnerships can build resilient and thriving communities, and that we're building integrated projects. I also wanted to take a moment more from my vice mayor, my baby politician hat, to talk a little bit about what kind of commitment is going to be necessary to tackle these climate resilience challenges that we're looking at. I was just joined a fellowship recently, and we're doing a lot of reading around results-based approach. And the first book they sent me was called Trying Hard is Not Good Enough. And I felt really defeated when I picked up that book. I was like, what are they trying to tell us? But the book is all about this idea of results-based accountability. And I think here in the Bay Area, this is really, really important. There are so many people and so many organizations and so many levels of government and so many folks out in the community that are working and tackling these issues. But they have a tendency, we all have a tendency, I think, Libby, you mentioned this as well, we all have a tendency to really think outwardly about those issues. We might coalesce around the idea of climate resilience, but we generally go back to this idea of organizational growth. How do we capture our share of it? How do we grow our organization around these measures? And what we really need to do is pick this result, this climate resilience result, and all point into that. So how do we build these impact networks that create these solutions that really include everybody and give us those results-based approach? I think Tegan's going to talk a little bit about building the pipeline later. The book that I read was, they talked a lot about turning the curve. How do we work together, point it in to turn the curve and make things happen? I really like the idea, and we see this happening in the Bay Area already, this idea of impact networks, collaborative efforts, diverse stakeholders focused on achieving these positive outcomes and leveraging collective resources, knowledge, and expertise. You are an impact network here today. That's, I think, what you'll have a chance to do, is really leverage the resources and knowledge that's sitting here in this room. I know I'm excited to participate in that as well. We've talked a lot about like big B funding, and it's really big B funding and big B needs. And the way we access those kinds of dollars is really through public-private partnerships. What can we accomplish as local governments and community-based organizations, nonprofits, to collaboratively create mutually beneficial relationships that are driving change in our communities? Really thinking about the partnerships that are necessary and building the frameworks for those partnerships so that we're not just gathering for a meeting once a month, but we really understand what's necessary to either lobby from a government relations perspective or to organize ourselves around funding frameworks that bring dollars into our communities. I oftentimes, when I'm talking with clients about funding, right now in particular, we talk about, just think outside the box, like just think big picture, think outside the box. This is a moment where we really just need to get rid of the box. Just get rid of the box. What's our result that we want, and how can we creatively and innovatively think about what funding we could capture for that result? And I think a good example, so we have that big B, I think, Anju, you had that big B for climate resilience funding. It's over $50 billion have been allocated by the federal government for climate resilience, specifically for climate resilience. So if you search climate resilience, that's what pops up, about $50 billion. But if you think outside the box and you think, well, my streets, if I could do green infrastructure on my streets and my water infrastructure and all these other capital improvements that my community might need, there's $285 billion that are allocated for infrastructure and transportation and public transit and ports and airports. So how do we think about our projects differently? How do we layer and leverage funding from other aspects? Like Libby was saying, housing is a part of this. How we tackle these challenges. How do we think creatively about how we access funds? Maybe it's offsetting funds. In my community, we were able to receive a lot of funding for an airport project that freed up general fund dollars to accomplish something else that we needed to do. So maybe it's applying for funds for something else and offsetting costs that way. I just want to really impress upon you that there's a lot of big B's out there. And it's not going to solve all the challenges. It's not going to fill all of the funding gaps, but this really is a once in a generation historic levels of funding, specifically to tackle things like climate resilience. The green dots are on this map. So this is just from the White House tracks where they're spending money. The green dots are discretionary funds. The blue dots are, oh no, I'm sorry, backwards. The green dots are formula funds and the blue dots are discretionary funds. You can just see the number of projects that are being funded across the country. And again, kind of thinking a little bit outside the box, just from a resilience perspective, the Federal Highways Administration has $8.7 billion in PROTECT grants. There's $8.25 billion for wildfire management. The Army Corps of Engineers has $7 billion. Western Water has $3.8 billion. FEMA has $3.5 billion. So in total, we have these big numbers that are specifically looking at resilience that we should be planning for, building partnerships around, and really thinking long-term strategies for how we develop frameworks to pursue these dollars. So how do we get started? Again, I'm going to talk kind of big picture about how we organize ourselves around getting federal funds, state funds. I love this quote from Morrissey and Goodell, this idea that the money is out there, figuring out how to access it is going to be challenging. You need to be intentional. We have a tendency, I think, especially in local government, to be very reactive and very reactive to funding opportunities. I can't tell you how many times I get called and said, I found a grant. So somebody opened up an email, found a grant, it's due in 30 days and they want to apply for it. It's really hard to be successful with those kinds of pursuits. You really need to be able to plan ahead. So you want to identify long-term goals or requirements. So what are you trying to accomplish? If that results in the middle for your community, for your partnership, for this impact network in this room, what are you trying to accomplish? What are your big goals? What's your list? And then work collaboratively to determine funding opportunities that benefit more than one function. Maybe it benefits more than one area of the region. Maybe it benefits multiple layers of government. Maybe it benefits streets, but it's also giving us a green infrastructure benefit as well. Build diverse project teams, again, without a box. You can't just bring your sustainability coordinators and your resilience team to the table. You need to be building even within your local governments, the people that you're bringing to the table needs to be diverse across different areas within the community. And we want to look for opportunities to stack funding to accomplish bigger projects. Sometimes, even though there's a lot of big Bs, we're still only getting bite-sized pieces, and we need to be able to figure out how we can stack funding to accomplish the bigger projects that we really need to have happen. So just some logistics of how you identify. We have some great resources today, I think, that will help you specifically here in California. There's some great resources. There's so many people that are gathering information about where there's funding and how you do it. There's federal resources, state resources, and a lot of industry and institution resources. So there's a lot of industry groups, community-based organizations. We're going to hear from one here in a second that has a really great tool to help you understand where funding is available. Starting to track those and understand those is really important. I can give you more resources if you need them. We've got all kinds of fun things to look at. I said earlier, it needs to be intentional. So you have to identify your planning and your implementation and your infrastructure projects, get that set, but then you also need to track all these funding opportunities. And as you're tracking those funding opportunities, you also need to be able to kind of take, I like to take kind of a stoplight approach to those. So as we're looking at eligibility, who's eligible to receive those funds? The timing of them. Do I have enough time to put my project forward and to execute the project within the time that the agency might be giving me to do that? How much funds are available? Will it get me where I need to go for this particular project, or will it take an incremental bite out of that? What are the requirements of that funding? Are there matching requirements for that funding? Can I stack that funding together? All of those things are really important. And as we identify capital projects and then we start to identify funding that might attach itself to those projects, I like to take that stoplight approach of green, hey, this is all really matching up and I should be looking long-term at pursuing these dollars. Red, these are not matching up. It's due tomorrow. I saw this email too late. Or the funding is really not, the timing is not such that I can get done what I need to get done for my community or for my region. So we clear the noise. I think that's a really important right now, especially, that you don't focus on things that aren't a good fit for you, that you might not be successful at. And then yellow, maybe you need a little more information. Maybe you need to develop further partnerships. But it helps you just kind of focus and build that funding framework. The other thing that we're seeing right now, especially in federal funds, and I know here in California as well, this idea of community benefits and how we're engaging the community and how these aspirational infrastructure projects are bringing the communities and the underserved communities in particular along with them. So understanding the demographics of your communities, where your projects are happening and how that fits in is also very important right now. And making sure that you're aligning your project goals with the funding priorities. You can't just roll off the last grant that you did for another agency and kind of submit that forward. You really need to focus. There's a lot of words. Don't look at all those words. This was something that we like to do. So these funding opportunities come, and I know you all have other jobs than just looking at funding opportunities, or so my staff tells me all the time when I bring them a funding opportunity. They're hundreds of pages long sometimes, very challenging language to work through. Something that we do sometimes for our clients when they've identified or green-lighted a funding opportunity is just to pull together a summary that helps their decision makers, maybe their politicians, figure out if this is a really good fit for them or not, and understand what they're going to need from internal resources or potential external help to get these grant applications through. This was for a recent NOAA Climate Resilience Regional Challenge grant. There was opportunities for really transformational dollars, up to $75 million for implementation. I know there were several Bay proposals that went in. So strategically, right now, if you haven't already, and you're part of a partnership or you're part of a local government, go ahead and register in all the systems. So whether it's a California system or a federal system, this makes it so that you can actually logistically apply for funding. So sam.gov, grants.gov, fedconnect.gov. Most people might be already registered, but they may not have the most updated version. The person that might have had the password might have left. So just make sure that you have all that in one spot and that you understand and know how to get onto these systems. tailor your proposals specifically to the sectors and regions you're talking about. So you might be applying for a transportation grant that has a green infrastructure component to it, but make sure that you are tailoring it specifically to the agency that you're speaking to. What are their priorities as you're putting together that grant application? Identify your strategic partners and potentially any sub-recipients. So some of these really large grant funds right now, they really encourage partnerships. They want to see you bring partners to the table, and you can't do that last minute. It's just not the way, it's not the way we work together usually. So start having those conversations sooner, understand who the decision makers are with your partners and how you would activate quickly if you do have an opportunity you want to work on. Plan for community engagement, again, back to that community benefit. They want to know that we are not only achieving these, impressive, innovative, sustainable projects, but that we are bringing our communities along with us, and that we're telling the bigger story in the context of our communities that we live in. And again, just clear, concise, compliant grant applications. It's hard. Oftentimes we are checking a box, but also telling they're wanting us to tell a really compelling story. I was talking to a client the other day about that had received a really large grant award, just about what the impact of funding was to their organization. And these were the 4 things that he mentioned. It was accelerating implementation and minimizing risk, providing for best management practices and regional momentum. So for them, that big infusion of cash was providing that acceleration for them that they really weren't sure how they were going to get to otherwise. It establishes, for him, he felt like it was establishing credibility with regulators and partners and stakeholders. The federal government or the state government trusts us with these dollars. You should trust us too. It creates a more holistic and comprehensive project approach. While they were working on the grant application, they realized they hadn't really thought of all of the things, but the grant application made them think about all the things. And they felt like they had a better project approach for having gone through the grant process. And it also focused them more on the community benefits and the stakeholder engagement, and pulled that in a positive direction. So it was this positive momentum of community, we are working on this, we want to bring you into this with us, as opposed to this is happening to you and we haven't talked to you about it yet. This is just I wanted just to quickly kind of bring it back to the Bay Area. We've had an opportunity to work with the City and County Association of Governments at San Mateo County. And one of the things that I think that they've done really well, but it's also really striking. It's one of the benefits here in the Bay Area, but also maybe one of the challenges in the Bay Area is just the density of organizations and people that have been called to action around this issue. Just the intensity of partnership development is really kind of interesting to look at. So, and they've been really successful and good at it. So looking at regional leads, looking at at-risk municipalities, equity and landscape resilience collaborators, one watershed agency collaborators, regulators, consultants, the list of people that you are pulling into these circles from an impact network perspective are really, really impressive, but can make it challenging when you're trying to figure out and get out of your own way who's the right applicant for this particular funding opportunity. Should it be a community-based organization? Is it better to be this regional lead? Does it need to come from a more local at-risk municipality? The other thing that they've done really well that government wants to see is this idea of leveraged funds. What other funds have you brought to the table? They recognize usually that these funds are not going to be the silver bullet and fix all of your problems. So what have you been able to do with other agencies to leverage funds? And CCAG has done an amazing job. And just, I think it's an impressive list to look at the amount of work that goes into tracking and applying and administering all of these grants, in addition to their day jobs. So EPA grants, Caltrans grants, NOAA grants, public and private foundation grants, nonprofit grants. It's really impressive, and I think it shows you the work and intention that needs to happen as we're looking at funding this work. Just really quick, I don't know how I'm doing on time. Cameron, how am I doing on time? We go quicker. Okay. Funding trends and future opportunities. We are seeing an increasing focus on geographic distribution. There's politicians ultimately allocating and appropriating these dollars, and everybody wants to be able to put a dot in their map. So again, partnerships is really important there. We're seeing a mix of funding amounts across a spectrum of projects. There's a slight trend right now, maybe because of agency staffing, maybe because of the election cycle that we're in funding larger projects. I think from an agency perspective, they're not having to administer so much, so larger projects are maybe helpful. Shovel ready, complete concepts and partnerships, your ability to manage federal cross-cutters and state cross-cutters, so here, CEQA, NEPA, wage rates, et cetera. And then again, community benefits. Are you creating jobs? Are you benefiting traditionally disadvantaged communities? So just a quick few takeaways. Start evaluating now, researching, forming those impact networks or deepening those impact networks, find community serving and results-based approach kind of as you're working with your partners, really focus inward. Get registered in those systems and consider your timing. Public and private partnerships are not something that is well suited for quick turn projects. And this is going to require dedicated internal and external resources. I think that's probably my biggest take home is you have folks working in your local government whose jobs are not looking for funding necessarily. It's going to require folks that have the bandwidth to do that or for you to bring in external resources to do that. And I don't know where Tegan is in the room, but she's going to spend some time giving you some specific Bay Area tools.
Thank you, Amy. That was great. So yes, Dr. Tegan Hoffman is here to talk a bit about Coastal Quest's work. Tegan has over 25 years of experience in coastal and ocean conservation and resource management and is one of Coastal Quest's founding members and the executive director. She has deep experience working on domestic and international projects focusing on building climate resilience and achieving sustainable resource management and conservation goals. And it's going to be great to hear from Coastal Quest because they're doing a lot of regional focus work. Big regional lifts here, so thank you.
Well, thank you for including me on this agenda. I have been tasked with giving a little bit of an infomercial on some of the initiatives that we've supporting in the Bay Area and also beyond in California. So just a really short overview. Coastal Quest is really accelerating partners and supporting public-private partnership to achieve their goals and helping build resilient coastal communities. That's really our mission, and we do that with our accelerator and incubation services. As a nonprofit, we are providing technical assistance, we provide fiscal management and support, and really helping local jurisdictions and agencies and community-based groups start partnerships, help do that project development, get the funding, and help implement those programs as a mission-aligned neutral. And so we're really happy to talk with you about any needs you might have and how we can support your priorities and needs. Today, I'm just going to really focus on a couple of our current funding and technical assistance opportunities that we are supporting as an organization. So one is the Ocean Protection Council is implementing Senate Bill 1's technical assistance program, and we're the lead on that, and there's grant funds associated with it, so I'm going to talk about that. And then I'm also going to talk a little bit about our coastal funding database. So all of the funding that Amy highlighted, there's kind of a nice website you can visit where it's all distilled there for you, focused on coastal issues. I do also just want to invite you to come find me or email me if we don't have a chance to talk. Coastal Quest is a certified TA provider for the NOAA Climate Smart Communities Initiative, and there's funding associated with that. And so there's opportunities there to help support your community in achieving your goals. We also offer our own small grants and TA programs for partnerships, which we just closed one that was focused on California and the West Coast and beyond. And then we also, in the Bay Area, are working with the County of Santa Clara and helped launch and seed their climate collaborative, and we are now kind of building out a resilience fund as a model, really looking at all the public financing, private, corporate, building this public-private partnership and long-term sustainable, durable funding for the future, really to help implement the goals of the collaborative and all of the partners. And so we are an implementation partner leading that resilience fund effort. So Senate Bill 1 grant program. For those of you who are familiar with this, this is a legislation that was passed. It's also in terms of Bay Area. This grant opportunity focuses on SB 272 compliance. And so it has not been cut, funding for over $70 million allocated to this grant program. Over the next 2 years, it's rolling funding, so apply, but you need to think through what you're going to apply for if you don't have a project in mind already. As Amy mentioned, that takes time to get good projects going. So that's where we can help, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But you can see here the list of eligible applicants: local governments, regional governments, federally recognized tribal governments, and organizations or consultants to apply, but they need to have a letter of support from the government agency that they are working on that effort with. There's 2 tracks of funding. Track 1 is currently open, and funding ranges from $200,000 to $1.5 million, and it's for a 2-year project. And track 2 is going to be open by the end of the year for implementation of projects. So the Technical Assistance Program, Coastal Quest is the lead provider. We have a team supporting this effort. We provide technical assistance to priority communities applying for this funding. And so we can offer services that can help kind of with preparing the grant application, providing review of grants, helping coordinate meetings, helping with development of the proposal and writing. You can see there's different levels of services that we provide depending upon the need of the community applying. So here, QR code, that's the word of the day here. Take a photo here, get on the website, and the best thing you can do is fill out the intake form and questionnaire to see if you're eligible to receive TA. And the next round of funding to be going before the council will be in September. So we would recommend contacting us this month to get support with the goal of submitting some sort of proposal in the summer to go through before the Ocean Protection Council in September, and then the next one is in December. So we have time to work with partners and have a winning proposal. There's the website as well. The other little infomercial I'm giving is on our coastal funding database. And this is something that we interviewed over, almost 250 coastal practitioners, climate planners, CBO leaders, tribal organizations and leaders. And what we heard was that they really need support with identifying funding, help with writing grants, help with finding other funding sources and building out their strategic financing plans, and also managing those funds. So that's something that we do in terms of fiscal sponsorship and offering kind of partnership, finance management services. And one of those things that we did just kind of organically last year is we started setting up a Google Docs listing all the coastal grants, which now has turned into a coastal funding database that we update every week with at least 5 opportunities a week. It's not just in the Bay Area, it's all outside of the Bay Area as well, but it can be sorted geographically. So again, sign up. You'll be notified on our listserv. You can also just look at this QR code and take a look for yourself. Okay. So please feel free to find me, email me, and would love to support organizations achieving their goals. We're very much focused on regional efforts. So thank you.
We can just pass if you want. You can pass the mic. Or do you want your individual? All right, thank you both for all your insight. That was wonderful, and I love what Coastal Quest is doing here with the region. Identifying these funds is critical to getting people to actually apply and know who to contact. So let's talk a little bit about some of these funding strategies. I'm going to read some of these audience submitted questions. So let's see. One person asked, could you speak to the important role of federal funds in seeding local funding and financing programs and projects that can be designed to be self-sustaining long-term? Example, fee campaigns, credit trading programs, etc.
Well, I can speak from a project that we've been working on with a group of 9 CBOs in 2 counties in the Bay Area, Santa Clara, San Mateo, and this group of 9 CBOs to build a resilience collaborative that is CBO-led. And we've been working with this group as the managing stakeholder, kind of mission-aligned partner, and help them kind of identify what they wanted to work on together. They knew they wanted to collaborate. They knew they wanted to work on resilience issues and disaster resilience, but they didn't know the specifics of what they wanted to do together. And so over the course of over a year and a half and a few grant applications that were a little too general, we submitted last year NOAA Climate Resilience Challenge Grant and a letter of intent to pilot 4 community projects in those 2 counties. And then they would be sharing lessons, kind of rural and urban and related to disaster resilience. And it would really be seed funding to lift up these communities and their planning for disaster resilience and their voices in terms of integrating kind of priorities into planning and county procedures and local jurisdiction, emergency response and climate resilience, infrastructure commitments. And at the same time, there's the project is built in developing kind of a technical assistance resource hub to really get additional funding and bringing in the private and philanthropic community at the same time. And so it is really just, we applied for the planning track 1. We actually, out of 890 applications, 120 were invited for the full proposal, and we were invited for the full proposal, and we submitted in February. These projects are a huge amount of work to put together, and we feel really excited and optimistic that we will be moving forward together and just, starting to launch this new, really critical effort. So that's an example.
That's such a cool example. I would only add just a little bit that the dollars that we see in federal funding are oftentimes, right, they're much bigger than we might see from a state grant or something like that. So it allows us to be more aspirational in the projects that we're proposing and innovative. It kind of de-risks the idea of innovation in some of these projects. So if you're looking for more sustained funding down the road, I think the federal funds can kind of incubate those ideas, develop best management practices, because you have those bigger dollars involved that help you create the types of programs that might then be self-sustained. I think it's very challenging within a local government context to do that without those big dollars to start.
Thank you both. This next question is switching a little bit over to the private sectors. So there's often a stigma of working with private companies to solve public issues. How do you recommend providing public entities the courage to try something new with a private-public partnership?
So that's something that we've been working on. Prior to joining Coastal Quest, I was in consulting for many years and did a lot of international work, and I helped set up a number of national conservation trust funds, working with public-private partnerships, and working with bringing in corporate donors, philanthropic donors, user fees, matching user fees, from Lindblad Expeditions, Packard Foundation, like matched it, and all sorts of creative financing that wasn't just around like taxes and bonds and just kind of other different mechanisms. And so one of the things that Coastal Quest wanted to do when we were developing our strategy in 2020, because it is a kind of new organization, and working with the County of Santa Clara, was setting up and experimenting with setting up a sort of fund that really helps bring in the private sector. And it's taken us a number of years to get county council comfortable with this concept. We now are officially an MOU partner. We are allowed to, manage funds, explore the resilience fund concept, and start planning it and bringing in corporate, philanthropic partnerships, and it's starting. And so, but it takes some time, and so I think if we can get this model at the county scale, one of the largest counties in the country, with a lot of opportunity to be successful, and show this as a model that can be scaled around the Bay or even, expanded throughout California and beyond, I think it'd be really exciting. Yeah.
I think you hit on something also, Tegan, I think is really important in public-private partnerships, especially from the public side, is this idea of taking your time, and I would add transparency. So the opportunity to really bring your politicians, bring your subject matter experts, and kind of all your stakeholders that need to understand in something, if it's something new, a public-private partnership that's new, that feels a little less comfortable, just transparency around those conversations and what a well-defined role. So how is the private sector being pulled in? What is their role? I find that to be really helpful. People kind of fill the space fill the void with their own thoughts otherwise, and that can be really destructive to those partnerships.
Thank you both. This is building on that question, but it was specifically for Amy, but I think Tegan will also be able to answer this. Someone says, as a private entity, my company wants to bring funding solutions to private entities. Are there any databases that are similar to the .gov websites where we can be listed?
No, not that I know of, because we'd like to be on that list too, probably. Do you have an idea?
I learned about the Milken Institute has a 1,000 Communities initiative that you can list projects and partners, and so that might be something to explore. And I think that, I think that's kind of the idea of the moment.
I guess I would just add, because I do have the chance to sit on both sides of this table, I think most local governments would value, your visit and your insight as you're tracking as, professionals and subject matter experts. They are, most local governments and even these larger partnerships, we're in such a reactive state, right? Just whatever's happening, the fire that needs to be put out that day, and having someone come and talk to them, whether it's from the community-based organization or nonprofit sector that says, let's pick your head up for a second, think big picture. I think so many folks would be happy to have those conversations.
All right, moving outward. We live in one of the richest countries, and especially the region. The Bay Area is one of the richest regions in this country. Yet public funding is always framed in the context of scarcity. And governments have often been choked by limits like Prop 13, for instance. So how do we get past these limited grant programs and into new progressive funding schemes that can scale and tackle some of these problems we're discussing today? No small question.
Yeah, I mean, someone who manages and administers a lot of public funding, especially from the state, it's not easy to manage because it's often paid in arrears. You have holds on funds. There's a lot of expenses you can't, that are the kind of surround sound and scaffolding for your project that they won't support. And so unless we change that structure of how the Department of Finance is managing funds and what's allowed and what's not, I don't know how we can get around that. I do know that Newsom passed a piece of legislation that's now being piloted right now, not fast enough, where funds will be fronted for state grants. But, I mean, it's really tricky. I mean, we were awarded a $9 million grant, and, how do you carry 10% of that funds, let alone all the other kind of funding that you have to manage. And so, it really does limit who can take those funds and who can manage those funds. And that's not really equitable if we're really trying to lift up community organizations and have different types of actors building capacity. And so I think we have a voice, and we need to, put pressure on our legislators to come up with new policies, because that bill did pass, and it will be enacted at some point where we will get advance payments. And I think that we have to have a voice. I mean, we need to pass the climate bond. There are discussions right now about, is there going to be a climate bond or not? And there needs to be one. Otherwise, we're going to have all these budget cuts, and then there's not going to be a bond. And I think it's really on the fence right now in the Newsom administration. And so we need to have a voice and say what we need and build that coalition and act as a region to represent those interests. And I think that's the influence we can have.
Did that so well. I know that I have much to add, but I will say that when we're looking at grant funding, it's not going to fix all the problems. There really needs to be a more comprehensive approach from a funding perspective, whether that's, shifting funds from other resources to tackle these issues, whether it's, impact fees and climate bonds and things like that need to happen. It's a collective solution from a funding and implementation perspective. There is no one solution. And sometimes grants, I think to your point, Tegan, they have strings attached to them when you're kind of going through that stoplight analysis of whether or not those are funds you're interested in. They often have strings attached that you may not be willing to or want attached to your projects, and may make them infeasible. So it's something to be aware of. And again, just points and highlights the fact that they're not a one-stop shop in terms of solutions.
And just to add to that, we can see that funding goes in ebbs and flows with different sorts of entities. So the more diverse your revenue streams are, the better that you can kind of, be sustainable through, different waves of of funding that comes through. So being able to have the public financing and fees, and I think there's a lot of work we could be doing related to having local corporates and mitigation and certain voluntary and required markets in your local community instead of internationally. I mean, how, you look at, we've had conversations now in Santa Clara with Apple and Google and all these big tech companies, and they're not doing their mitigation projects in the Bay Area. They're doing them outside. So let's force them to start doing it here. Let's get those dollars in our community where their corporate headquarters are.
Preach. Let's give it up for that. Agreed. That was great. We only have a minute left, so maybe you guys can drop us with some final reflections or advice for folks who see this, this influx of money, but it might feel like a momentous hill to climb to access it or find the right partners. So any final thoughts?
I mean, mean, I think now's the moment because we don't know what the future holds. So, maybe it's time to burn the midnight oil a bit. We're here to help and be a good team and really, I think, as Amy said, being critical about what is going to be a winner and where do you invest your time with those efforts and projects. And, let's keep advocating for resources at the regional scale.
I would go back to this idea of really focusing on results-based approach, getting out of our own ways and our own organizational ways to kind of produce those regional results that we're trying to create here in the Bay Area. It's challenging. It's going to take some intention to do that and some kind of hard internal looking and seeking with our partners, but I really think that's the way. When we look at impact networks and kind of the results that they can generate, it's really from relationships. So leaning into those relationships and understanding what each of those stakeholders brings to that network, I think is really important.
Thank you both for your insight. Can we give a round of applause for Amy and Tegan? And just to use my moderator privilege really quickly, the San Francisco Bay Joint Venture where I work hosts a regional funding working group. We meet every other month to discuss topics like this and bring people together to talk about collaboration and these types of funding opportunities and how we can bring this money on the ground to the Bay Area. So please come find me if you'd like to discuss that. I'd love to chat with you both later. Cameron, Yanju, here we go.
Thank you again to our panelists and moderator. All right, we are going to begin. Not that coordinated, as you can all tell. We're going to begin our second segment now, and I'd like to now introduce Connie Lee, Senior Land Management Engineer with Cargill Salt. Connie has a Bachelor of Science from UC Davis in Civil Engineering and is a member of BPC's Board of Directors, and she serves as the co-chair for BPC's Sustainable Waterfronts Policy Committee. Through her work at Cargill, she manages several projects navigating complex regulatory and real estate matters to support the maintenance and operations of the company's over 12,000 acres of salt ponds in the region. So please welcome me in joining Connie Lee.
Really excited to moderate today's segment on showcasing regional projects. We have two excellent presentations for you today. So right now I'm going to invite Brad Benson to come up. He is the Waterfront Resilience Program Director with the Port of San Francisco.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me today. This is just a great discussion to be part of. It's great timing in terms of discussion in Sacramento. We really have to develop a strong coalition to advocate for what we need for the Bay Area, and so the timing couldn't be better. Cameron, I just want to thank you and the team for organizing this today. I manage the Port's Waterfront Resilience Program, which started in 2018 formally, with a focus on earthquake risk and flooding due to sea level rise. 2018 was a really big year for the Port in this respect. We went to voters with a $425 million general obligation bond to deal with earthquake risk and flood risk. Voters approved that bond with an 83% vote, which was amazing. So voters are willing to consider resilience funding at this scale. And at the same time, in 2018, our congressional delegation helped us get what's called a new start with the Army Corps of Engineers, which is what I'm going to focus on today. As you can consider the scale of the funding challenge that we have in San Francisco. So really, as I think most folks here know, the Army Corps are the nation's experts in dealing with flood risk through their civil works program. They have a number of programs. We're part of the coastal storm risk management program. We've been at it for 6 years with the Army Corps. Had some bumps along the way, but we're looking out over 100 years for the 7.5 miles of port property, which is the most densely developed area of the San Francisco shoreline. San Francisco is really built right up to the edge, so the flood risk is significant. As part of the planning process, we developed a draft plan to address the coastal flood risk. It's a very high-level plan, as you'll see briefly in this presentation. There's not a lot of detail to it, just enough to help the Corps determine whether or not there's a federal interest in funding the project. Right now, we have a $13.5 billion cost estimate for the plan. Honestly, I don't have a lot of confidence in those numbers today. Sort of a level 5 cost estimate, and we're only going to gain that confidence as we move through later stages of design. So if approved by Congress, we'd be eligible for 65% of that cost in terms of federal funding. But if you back that out, you're looking at a 35% local match, which is almost $4.7 billion. And for the capital planners and city budget folks out there, that's just a huge number to incorporate in any city capital plan. So that's one of our big challenges that we're just starting to think about. So the port took this work on because we're right there at the front door. We're most exposed to these risks, but the way the city is developed, it really has to be sort of an interagency collaboration. So while we're lead agency for the city in this study, we're working closely with MUNI, our San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, Planning Department, Office of Resilience and Capital Planning, going to that point that folks have been making about partnership. It's like we really need to make this a whole city effort and not a port project. And I will say for the first 3 years or so of this effort, it was sort of seen within the city as a port project. And I think we've made substantial strides at getting the other departments really at the table in this design effort. So got earthquake risk. The Army Corps actually doesn't do projects specifically geared to address earthquake risk. They're in it for the flood risk. This is a picture of the Embarcadero post-1906. So it gives you a sense about the soil conditions and the earthquake risk along port property. Makes it very challenging to build flood defenses. I'll come back to that. With no action, we're looking at up to 500 assets and services at risk with just a foot of sea level rise projected by 2050, including things like BART and MUNI. So very significant vulnerability along the San Francisco shoreline, and over the entire study period, up to $23 billion in damages. That's in today's dollars, and that's a lot of the reason why it looks like the Army Corps is headed towards a federal interest finding. They're not there yet, but they seem headed in that direction. And thinking about housing and how cities develop over time, this is just damages to what exists today. So this doesn't account for all of the infill development that we want to see happen in San Francisco. So just another picture of the economic equation. This gives you a sense, just taking a look at transportation assets, what's in the future floodplain. Oh, sorry. Thank you for that. So we've got, MUNI, BART, major transit lines connecting the Bayview community, future Caltrain downtown extension, numerous bus facilities in the future floodplain. So this goes to a lot of that economic calculus that I was talking about and the damages that we're seeing in the study area. This really is a first for the Army Corps. You think about the projects that they've been doing around the country, mostly on the Gulf Coast. and on the East Coast, it's storm-driven. It's usually storm surge. Not like they're not taking into account sea level rise, but it's a small amount of the water that they're planning for in these larger storm events, hurricanes, and the like. In San Francisco, it's really driven by sea level rise and the tidal flooding that will result from that over time. So normally the Corps comes in, they develop a plan, they implement a project, hand it over for local operations and maintenance, and they're sort of out, right? One and done. That's not the case here. We're looking at the first sort of major adaptive management project that the Corps is considering nationally, and this will become a norm. So the plan includes first actions designed to address a certain amount of sea level rise, a monitoring program looking at greenhouse gas emissions and other indicators of sea level rise to inform subsequent actions, which will be scaled differently depending on the amount of sea level rise. And the other really great thing about this study is about midway through, the Army Corps changed their approach to making a federal interest determination. It really used to be based on the ramifications for the nation's economy. And now they're looking at many other factors, including regional economic effects, environmental quality issues, including habitat, impacts to disadvantaged communities. And it's a much more multi-benefit approach to project planning. And it is just fascinating to see a major federal agency in the mix of change at this scale in terms of how they approach projects. So we think it's a really positive development. So we're nearing the end of the study phase, we hope. We're hoping to complete the study by the end of 2025, maybe early 2026. Army Corps projects have to be authorized by Congress, which then opens the door for appropriations for first design and then later construction. And we see construction happening over several decades under a phasing plan that we have not yet developed. So what's in the study? We're really looking at where to build coastal flood defenses, how high, and the adaptation space that we need. We don't have detailed designs of the coastal flood defenses. We haven't figured out, what the public realm is going to look like when we make this investment. We're also looking at future adaptation, how you can build on those initial investments. So this is, I'm going to just give the highest level description of what's in the plan. You can go to our website if you want more detail about it. There are links to about a 4,000-page Army Corps report on the website. In yellow here, this yellow band, this is where we would be elevating the shoreline to deal with 1.5 to 3.5 feet of sea level rise, along with shoreline stabilization improvements. That's where a lot of the cost of the plan is actually in those ground improvements. We're looking at every opportunity that we can find in the study area to incorporate engineering with nature, shown in green here. For many of you familiar with the San Francisco waterfront, we have amazing historic resources, including the ferry building that straddle the shoreline that need to be elevated, at least in part, to get to that higher shoreline elevation, shown in red. Some areas like Fisherman's Wharf are a little bit higher ground and don't have as much flood risk. So there we're thinking about non-structural or flood-proofing types of improvements. And then purple is a big challenge that I think a lot of us know about. If you raise the shoreline to deal with coastal flood risk, what you're doing is you're eliminating sort of the overland flow release for stormwater. Our combined sewer system in San Francisco is designed to a 5-year storm. Above that, extreme rainfall events, stormwater travels down streets and finds low points in the shoreline. So we'll need a new system for managing that stormwater through retention, pumping, green infrastructure, et cetera. And that is part of it. So now I want to get to the funding discussion that we're all thinking about. as we're thinking, and this is notional, right? This is just our early thinking. We don't have buy-in to this. We don't have city endorsement or certainly state endorsement of this. But as we're looking at that number over decades, we're thinking we got to start with some assumptions about what might be a state contribution versus a local contribution. Here we're showing a 50-50 split. There's some costs that are not going to be cost shared with the Army Corps. They don't help with hazardous materials cleanup in a project area. That's all a local responsibility. And so we're starting to think about what's that capital stack that can get us to that local match. So we're very interested in the climate bond that's working its way through the legislature right now. We look a lot to development, and I'll talk about that a bit more, including land secured financing. Very interested in the regional discussion about whether or not there's a regional climate bond or some equivalent. I've mentioned city general obligation bonds. That's a very good source for capital within the city. It's spread out across a very large taxpayer base. Higher properties pay more, or higher value properties pay more. So there's an equitable component to that type of bond funding. We're also looking at other potential local sources like stormwater or utility rates as another source. And then thinking about grants, those are nice to sort of fill in the picture, but it's really hard to think about lining up grants with large amounts of federal funding, just given the timeline to apply. And also what we're seeing with grants is that they're not really large enough to match the federal flows that we would need to see to implement a project like this. Doesn't mean that we're not pursuing them when appropriate. So to learn, we're starting to look at other jurisdictions around the country and how they've put together their capital stacks. So we've been interviewing staff at these other agencies that are a bit further down the path to get their lessons learned. Thinking about development, we've had pretty significant success in San Francisco with public-private partnerships at the neighborhood scale that are addressing areas of the shoreline and getting them up to that higher level. So in orange here, you see the Mission Rock development just south of the Giants ballpark. Here's 70. In both of those cases, the land is literally being elevated to create new streets, new infrastructure to support private development at those sites. So the Army Corps plan doesn't have to deal with those sites and can just tie in. Then we've got other projects that might tackle smaller sections of the shoreline, and I'll just give an example of that. We are working with a developer on a Pier 3032 development. This was the subject of state legislation last year that was approved. They're going to be tackling the seawall in this area of the waterfront. So can we work with the Army Corps to get that estimated $75 million expenditure counted as local match towards the bigger Army Corps effort? And I will close by saying this is a mammoth investment in the San Francisco shoreline. And we've all seen, what happened after the freeway came down and what that did to open up the waterfront and really create a great regional amenity. We see this scale of investment as creating that opportunity for San Francisco and the region as well. If we're going to invest this much, it better not just be in the ground or building coastal flood defenses. We've got to provide major public benefits to the community with the investment. So I will stop there and hand it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. So now I'm going to invite Len Matterman to come up. He's with the San Mateo County Flood and Sea Level Rise Resiliency District, also known as One Shoreline. And then also another reminder to submit your questions for the upcoming Q&A session.
really warm. All right, it's good to see you all. The other time I've done this a couple years ago, we were all on Zoom, and this is a much more kind of pleasantly interactive experience. So it's good to see you in person. Yes, my name is Len Matterman, and I run a special district that's county-wide in San Mateo County. And we have a very long name, Flood and Sea Level Rise Resiliency. We're not part of San Mateo County, but we work closely with them. We go by one shoreline, so we don't have to repeat the name all the time, and it kind of gets to our perspective of everybody working together in a multi-jurisdictional way. I'll give a super brief background on one shoreline. I'll go pretty quickly on this, just for those of you who have never heard of us or don't know anything about us. And then I'll talk about a few different funding strategies that we've employed in San Mateo County to implement projects, and then finally talk about one project in particular that's got some attention lately. So on the background, 65 years ago, there was a so-called flood control district formed by state legislation, but it only covered about 10% of the county in this colored areas in a few watersheds, and it didn't cover anything on the Pacific coast. Meanwhile, in the last decade or so, there have been many studies that have come out done by either the county or Caltrans or Stanford or folks at Berkeley or UCSD that looked at climate vulnerability statewide or Bay Area wide. And it was found that San Mateo County has a pretty common vulnerability to drought and wildfire, a little oversized vulnerability to flooding and groundwater rise, and a unique, way outsized vulnerability to sea level rise. And so the cities and the county started talking to each other about 10 years ago, or a little bit less, and realized that they alone, as a jurisdiction, couldn't address this issue. And so there was a state law that was passed in 2019, and it was established One Shoreline as a new agency in January 1 of 2020 to deal with all the water-related impacts of climate change. We like to think that we take a holistic view to threats, geography, and objectives. And what that means is on the threats, it's not just what the old flood control district used to be of like a 50-year storm, or as Brad mentioned, a 5-year stormwater design, or in most cases in our cities, it's about a 10-year event. But look forward in terms of atmospheric rivers and sea level rise, things like that. And then in terms of geography, everything we do is multi-jurisdictional. But we don't just think cross-jurisdictional, we think cross-sector, meaning how can government and private sector and schools and community-based organizations work together, and then also cross-jurisdictional. What is the role, or what thinking about regarding climate change should housing advocates have when they advocate for affordable housing? Libby Schaaf mentioned that statewide ballot measure that's coming up. When we looked at San Mateo County, where new housing was going, we saw over 40% was going in the floodplain. And so one thing we should be thinking about in climate is not just the energy consumption or reduced energy consumption of putting housing near jobs. That's great. I'm all on board with that. We should just also be thinking about where we're putting that housing, and if we are putting it in the floodplain, we should be thinking about how we're building it, how we're siting those housing units so that they're not at risk. A lot of times in past, we've put affordable housing or low-income communities in the floodplains, and that's not worked out very well. So we should be thinking about that as we go forward with all of this new housing stock that we do need to build. Our priorities, go through this quickly. Basically, we started as a long-term resiliency agency. The fall of 2021 and the winter of 2022-23 showed us that we need to care not just about the sea level rise and extreme storms in the future, but we need to think about the climate impacts that are today. We were talking about how atmospheric rivers are driven by climate, and people were responding to that by saying, what are you doing for today's climate impacts? And so we had to do a kind of an expansion of our mission to include dealing with today's storms. The other thing that we saw after we were founded in January of 2020 was a lot of development proposals being approved by cities or regulatory agencies that were right up to the water's edge. These are new developments. And the consequence of that is it really reduced the opportunities for building resilience once this new building was coming up right against the water's edge. And I'll show you pictures of that. And also it reduced opportunities to do nature between developed areas and the bay without actually starting to build resilience into the bay itself. And so it's really squeezing in opportunities for resilience. So our priorities look at planned use, planning and land use. And here's a couple pictures of projects that were built not too long ago in San Mateo County. And we see examples of the same types of projects coming forward today with underground parking and underground mechanical equipment right up against the water's edge. And then we see housing that comes as close to the water as possible for obvious reasons. But you think about with sea level rise, how do you protect this particular building, but except for putting a wall right in front of their front door. So we're concerned about that. And then the top left picture is a development in my hometown in San Mateo County, a new development that went up right opposite a pump station. And this is on a sunny day. You can imagine during a storm and a high tide, what that new development is going to look like now. Right? This picture is from 2024. This is not 20 years ago. This is today. So we need to start thinking about this. So we put out some planning guidance for the cities, the 12 cities in San Mateo County that touch the bay. This came out in June of 2023. This regarding private development for general plans, language, and zoning ordinances. And we've had so far 5 cities adopt new zoning ordinance language, and we're working with the other ones to try to get that done as quickly as possible. Our shift now is to public infrastructure. We are just about to hire on Monday a consultant team to look at future conditions planning for public infrastructure. And we're focused initially on stormwater systems, roads, and wastewater treatment plants and water recycling infrastructure. We also do projects. That was kind of why we were created, was to do regional projects. Our county has 53 miles of shoreline. Again, 12 cities are impacted by the bay. And you can think of those 53 miles and 12 cities as 10 distinct efforts that different entities are doing. Some of them are led by one shoreline. Some of them are led by a city. Some of them are led by a joint powers authority. And so our job at One Shoreline is to, as much as possible, align these efforts in a way that is equitable and provides substantial protection. I won't really talk about this, but we do quite a bit now related to the storms in terms of getting the cities together and do early warning systems and things like that to reduce flooding today. And then finally, back to funding the conversation today, I wanted to, there's a lot of talk, most of the talk so far that I've heard is about project funding. And there's certainly a need for project funding. In some ways, that's the easiest funding to get. That the funding to sustain the agencies to do this work long-term, to do this planning, to hire the consultants, to manage the projects, that funding is actually harder to get. And so a big effort of ours is to look at long-term funding to just do the resilience work, because right now there's really none of that out there. Okay, so a bit of a spacing issue, but basically strategies to finance and secure land rights for our resilience projects. I'll talk about 3 different examples. Okay, so the first one is a project that we did, and we started it. It was in planning for about 12 years. A small project, $10 million construction project, about 500 feet long of underground culverts to send water from a canal that caused flooding in 5 mobile home parks into the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service ponds at Ravenswood Ponds. And so it had both a flood protection benefit and an ecosystem restoration benefit. It was providing natural water for the former salt ponds, and it was providing a flood protection benefit. It was a small project. 2 cities were working on it. It crossed their boundary, even though it was just 500 feet. And it took 11 years of planning, and One Shoreline was created, and it still hadn't moved off the dime. There had been no permits. There had been no final design. There had been no CEQA document, all these things. And the reason is because it crossed jurisdictional lines. And so one of the things for us to think about on this funding issue and getting these climate resilience projects done is what happens when it crosses jurisdictional lines. How do we get cities to work together, even on the small stuff that should be done because it's a win-win and all the reasons that this project moved forward? So One Shoreline took it, and we saw it initially as something we really had to focus on. It was kind of a proof of concept for the multi-jurisdictional approach. And so we spent a lot of time on this, focused on it, and got the permits, and we built it. It was completed in 2022. The way that this was funded was a funding agreement. It was between One Shoreline, 3 cities, and San Mateo County. There was about a little over $1 million of the state money that was put in. The interesting thing about this funding agreement that's worth noting is it was the funding commitments were not based on who benefits and how much they benefit from the project. It was based on how much people contributed to the problem. And that's not usually done in funding agreements with local agencies or the private sector. But there are ways to structure things that you look at, okay, what's causing the issue? And how do we divvy up the cost apportionment based on that? It's very easy to fall into this discussion when you're talking about different agencies providing funding of who benefits and how do you figure that out and how do you figure out then who pays for it. But there are other ways to do this that might be more successful, and that was done in this project. Another example, private sector. So this is an image from private development that was just approved by a city, City of Burlingame, in the April 15 meeting, I think. It was definitely in April, mid-April. And this is an example of a developer that built to One Shoreline's Bay Protection Standard, which is a standard that we have for the entire 53 miles of our bay shoreline. And that is the FEMA offshore flood elevation plus 6 feet, about 10 feet above today's high tide. So this developer built to it because that was a requirement in the zoning ordinance. And they have about a kilometer of shoreline. So it's a relatively significant portion of a future project that would have to be built for the Burlingame shoreline. The other option that developers have in that city is to build, and it's built to the FEMA, so it can be FEMA accredited, which was really important to us. But it still has opportunities for natural areas. Obviously, you can see from the image, it's set back quite a bit, the buildings from the bay, which is on the far right. The other option that developers have is they can build a smaller elevation, but then they have to also give a public easement to One Shoreline or the city so that we can come in later and build up. And it's really important to get that public easement now because we don't want to be in a situation where the building was built and we have to get into a land rights fight with a developer or future owner of this building and property down the road when we see that the resilience is required urgently. And so we view this as really not just a land contribution, but a financial contribution, is that land would have cost money. Now, the city is basically saying to the developer, we're zoning this land differently. They're upzoning the land. That's creating wealth for the development. And that wealth is being translated into an easement, a public easement, so that we can build resilience, not just for this building and the site generally, but for all the properties around it and the properties behind it that rely on it. And I'll show what that means in just a second. And then the third example is a project called the Safer Bay Project in East Palo Alto and Menlo Park. It's been going on for a while. And this is a different kind of example where grants were really important. So far in the project, which was started in 2014, in terms of fundraising, it's collected about $102 million already. And about 18 million of that is from 2 private entities that just did matches of the grants, and that's Facebook and PG&E, which I highlight with their logos up there. And so this is an example of where it takes a long time and it's hard work, and there are many different grants to cobble together, federal and state and local contributions, but you can raise real dollars to do actual construction on a pretty big scale and bring in the private sector, which in this case, the amounts were determined not by their contributing to the problem, but by their benefiting from the final solution. Okay, so briefly, I'll just zero in on one aspect of the shoreline that's really important in San Mateo County. So San Francisco Airport is in the middle of that picture, obviously a hugely important major facility, also provides an opportunity for us to build resilience for San Mateo County Bay shoreline. When the airport was built, all these blue lines represent creeks. There are major creeks that were rerouted around the airport, and there are consequences to that rerouting. The picture at the top is Colma Creek, and that's about 3/4 of a mile from the bay during a king tide. So this is not bay shoreline. This is 3/4 of a mile inland, and that's today's king tide. Think about what things will look like pretty quickly if we don't do something about Colma Creek. It's right by the Costco. And then Atmospheric River in San Bruno, just to the south, an atmospheric river and landing lane. The San Bruno picture is very heavily influenced by tides today. And in fact, we see on sunny days water coming out of the streets about a mile inland from the bay. So this is not just Miami stuff. This is San Mateo County stuff. And then finally on the Burlingame shoreline, this is a high tide just south of the airport. You can see the airport in the distance. The important thing about this project, I think, or this picture, is to show that there's really not a lot of space to do stuff if we want to protect higher. We could build probably a new wall, build it higher so that people can't see out of there. But if we want to do anything besides a wall, we're either going in the bay or we're taking private property. Both of those are pretty unpleasant prospects. One for permitting and environmental constraints, and then the other one for land rights and cost constraints. And just, it's an important part of the community in terms of economically. So San Francisco has a shoreline protection program that they've been working on for many years. They have an EIR that's complete. Our job at One Shoreline is at the north and the south sides of that program is to find ways to achieve resilience. This is what the shoreline of Millbrae, so the airport is at the top. You see the city of Millbrae and then the city of Burlingame, and then south of Burlingame, the city of San Mateo. This is what the floodplain, the kind of blue-green is the current FEMA floodplain. All of that is in the sea level rise overlay zone, plus all the yellow you see, and then all of that is in the groundwater zone. And the groundwater zone actually extends much farther up past the Caltrain tracks in most cases. And so groundwater is a major, major issue that we're trying to kind of get a better understanding on with help from folks at Stanford and Berkeley. So our overall project objectives are not about restoring the past. It's not about keeping a particular building from getting flooded. It's about long-term resilience for developed areas, and we take this broad view, developed areas, public access areas, and natural areas. Talk about that more. That's what it looks like now on the shoreline. As I talked about various constraints, not just constraints on the shoreline, is this big picture. The one above it is actually on one of the 6 creeks that we have to worry about that are influenced by tides, as I showed Colma Creek before, and a lot of constraints along the creeks in terms of utilities and buildings, things like that. The only areas that are not developed land, that are not in open water, are the areas in pink. Other than that, we have to figure out a way to build resilience for this area. And so, again, the development right up to the water's edge makes that difficult, both to build the resilience for all of these important asset types, but also to do natural features on the shoreline. As I'm sure Brad could attest on the San Francisco waterfront, it gets very, very difficult very quickly to think about that. So we have 2 fundamental alternatives. This is what's got some attention lately. One is offshore, one is onshore. That's basically what we can do. The benefits of offshore, which is controversial, is that we can create space for these atmospheric rivers that come down these 6 creeks for the water to drain. We can also keep the bay out of the developed and natural and public access areas and manage that water level along the shoreline. Obviously, it's a new idea to put something in the bay that can have doors that get closed. So we're also looking very closely at onshore features to solve this problem, maybe a more traditional approach. Either way, pumping is in our future everywhere. Everywhere along the bay, anytime you have a creek draining, you're going to start seeing the need for pumping. And that's really problematic for energy use and other financial costs and then environmental costs. But by managing offshore water levels, you can think about ways to reduce that. So it's very complicated. We're looking at both. Neither is preferred as an option at this point, but we're working on that. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you both for those very informative presentations. So to kick off this Q&A session, I want to share this quote that I heard recently. Change has never been this fast, and it will never be this slow again. I'll read it one more time. Change has never been this fast, and it will never be this slow again. So my question is, how are you learning to embrace change in your approach to your projects? And you can talk about this from a funding perspective or just in general.
I think early on in our planning efforts, this was one of the most difficult things for us to deal with. We've got a port full of staff who are on the operational side. They're leasing property, running maritime operations, and we're a group that's looking out 100 years and showing vastly different futures. And it just sort of, people hit the wall in our first engagement with them early on in the planning effort. And we did try and take a look at all of the different forms of adaptation, retreat, converting our maritime terminals to sort of wetland or nature-based features. It was really, really hard for people. And I think, one, we may have been moving too quickly for people to really absorb what we were talking about. And that pain was probably a necessary part of the planning process at some level. So we had to iterate multiple times. And now when we're talking about those different types of options, I think we get less of that knee-jerk response. And the other part of it that I'll mention on the funding side, it's like when people look at a big number like I was showing before, if you're on the finance side, what you want to do is stretch out that expenditure over time. And if you've got a highly developed waterfront, you also you're worried about disrupting the current investment along the waterfront. And so that might encourage you to push things out in time. And the thing that we're still trying to get our arms around is there's a time limit for these adaptations, right? And we have to go through a very thoughtful phasing exercise to show people just how much time we have to implement, and that they're gonna have to get used to disruption and change in ways that they haven't for a very long time on the San Francisco waterfront.
Yeah, that was great information, Brad. The only thing I would add is we were benefited from the fact that we're a new agency, and with a new board, with a new mission. We're the only one still in California that's a regional special district focused on climate, and so that enabled us to take positions, put out a bay protection standard that was much higher than what most people were doing in terms of future sea level rise as our objective. And then just push things along pretty quickly. I mean, there was, unfortunately, there was a vacuum for a lot of the stuff that we're talking about. And like on planning guidance, really nobody in the Bay Area was doing very specific planning guidance for how do you design a storm drain system, not for a 1980s 10-year event, but for a 2050 50-year event or something like that. And so there was a lot of room to do things differently, and we just took advantage of that, I guess. And in the 4.5 years now that I've been doing this, and we've talked with a lot of developers and a lot of groups that are not used to change, and county engineers associations and all that. And all of those conversations have personally made me more radical on this issue, even though I would have expected the inverse to happen. I'm more focused on we need to disrupt how we're doing business and do things differently. And I wouldn't have expected that after sitting with countless developers to hear how it would impact them negatively, or a city staff member saying, well, this is not how things are done here, this kind of a thing. So it's a big challenge.
So this next question, what are the key mechanisms for local and regional government to direct new development away from the shoreline without stifling housing and economic growth?
Seems like San Francisco's already planned most of our shoreline for development. So most of our shoreline areas are already fully entitled. Think about Treasure Island, Hunters Point Shipyard, Candlestick Point. I showed a few sites. I'm not sure, like within the developed area of San Francisco, that makes a lot of difference given how developed the rest of the city is up to the shoreline. So trying to keep development away from a little piece of that shoreline, I don't think really has a big difference. But this is the big challenge, and you were starting to talk about it, so you may have a better answer than I do.
I would just say that in our planning guidance and in the zoning ordinances or general plans that have been approved, they have accepted the idea that there are setbacks from the shoreline. It's not wholesale movement of neighborhoods or, industrial areas out of there. That's not going to happen. I mean, we've had very clear messaging from city council members, mayors, that, we're willing to create enforcements for setbacks from the shoreline, and that's creating a little bit of retreat and allowing us to do some good things. But the wholesale movement of industrial or commercial areas or housing stock is just unfortunately not going to happen. So our jobs are to figure out, how do we deal with that? How do we deal with the fact that SFO is going to stay? How do we deal with the fact that this housing unit that was put in 5 years ago is not going to go anywhere right now? That's our tough task, is developing resilience and incorporate things like nature and making sure that their bay trail is improved and consistent and all those kinds of things.
I'll just add one other thing. When we were looking at retreat along the San Francisco shoreline, there's some areas where you have like BART and Muni where it just obviously doesn't make sense. But, the city, under a Clean Water Act enforcement action, designed a combined sewer system where most of that really big trunk infrastructure is right along the shoreline. So we have large transport storage boxes underneath the Embarcadero. We have similar infrastructure surrounding the creeks. And as we looked at the retreat option, we looked at the cost of migrating that trunk infrastructure, uphill. And the cost of that were just, phenomenally large. So it just turned out that economically, retreat didn't seem to work in our context.
This next question is for Len, but maybe Brad could also answer it. How did you engage local utilities, such as water agencies, in your plan approach?
Well, for that, I would say there was no secret sauce to working with PG&E. I mean, we all kind of know what that's like. And so, I mean, there are. I guess I would look back on a previous project that we completed in 2018, where we had PG&E move their major gas transmission line and their huge electrical towers that run along the bay. And Brad was talking about the infrastructure right along the shoreline or right along the creeks. I mean, I didn't really talk about utilities, but at least on the peninsula, the major natural gas infrastructure is right on the bay, as of course, as you know, the electrical transmission lines. So that's a major issue. It just takes time and money and political influence to get that moving along. In terms of water, I'm not really sure about the nature of the question, if there's something specific about water utilities. But we are taking a good look at wastewater treatment plants that are all, gravity fed, and they're all along the shore, whether it's the Pacific coastline or the San Francisco Bay, and all of them in our county need to be upgraded to address climate issues. And so that's kind of a big emphasis of ours right now.
I'll just say that we've got our San Francisco Public Utilities Commission at the table for the planning. Impacts on combined sewer systems or are some of the first that you start to see. They need to be part of the early planning. And because we have a combined sewer system, it handles a lot of water, and it actually stretches outside of our current study area. So it goes to the north, it goes to the south, and it becomes the hydraulic connection for flooding within our study area. So we're going to have to look outside of the current study area to address that issue. So I encourage close and early coordination.
There is a large focus on nature-based adaptation through available funding. Do you find that such a focus limits the advancement of adaptation? Yeah. There is a large focus on nature-based adaptation through available funding. Do you find that such a focus limits the advancement of adaptation?
I would say no, unless that's the only focus. So, and it has been the primary state focus, and it's understandable because it's our wetland areas that are at risk first. And so there really is a race against time to get, sort of adaptation funding to those areas around the bay. But we need to expand. So it needs to be a both and kind of situation. And in the climate bond, we've been advocating for a pot of funding that would be available for, adaptation of developed areas and the infrastructure that supports it. So that's a component of the Senate bill. And we encourage continued funding for nature-based adaptation.
So you're defining adaptation as nature-based. You assume that from the question. That's my question. I'm not sure about that, but is that the case? Anyway, if it is, I agree with what you said, Brad, that adaptation, that funding for natural infrastructure is and has been a priority, and that's appropriate. We need to expand those areas and make them resilient to future conditions. I 100% agree with Brad that there also needs to be funding for projects that don't have the opportunity to use nature-based to meet their objectives. We are not going to address a Bay Area still water level that's 4 feet higher by putting in eelgrass. I'm sorry, it's just not going to happen. And so, or putting in a beach. Now we need to do those things. Those are the right things to do. Those create habitat. They help. But at the end of the day, it's a combination of approaches that's going to solve this problem. The other thing on funding, the big picture thing that I wanted to at least mention, that I mentioned in one of my slides, is we need to think about funding not just as grants or bonds, but also we have very high value property in San Mateo County. Obviously, San Francisco has very high value property. Other parts of the Bay Area do it as well. A lot of that property is along water, whether it's a creek or the shoreline. What are the mechanisms to transfer the increase in wealth that these developers are getting, besides just having them vote on a new assessment district that takes a little bit of money every year? But how do we actually capture the value that we're creating along the shoreline and translate that into value for agencies to do public and private projects together?
I have another question for Len. Does the program scope include transportation infrastructure?
Yes, transportation infrastructure is hugely important. In the area of Burlingame and Millbrae, I talked about when I say that there are 6 creeks, all of them cross Highway 101. What's the plan for Highway 101? How does that plan fit with our plan for the shoreline? When you drive from San Francisco to San Francisco Airport, you drive along the city of Brisbane. And basically 80% of the shoreline in Brisbane is 101 between Candlestick Point and Sierra Point. And that is completely exposed, as you know, when you drive there. It's beautiful to look at, but and on a king tide, there's about 18 inches from the highway, the water level. So think about, like, what does that look like with sea level rise? So we need to engage Caltrans and MTC and CCAG that one of our speakers talked about in the conversation of how city planning and major public transportation planning work side by side. The challenge there is that the timeline for Caltrans sometimes doesn't match the timeline for city projects, and so that's something we're working with Caltrans on quite a bit, and we all recognize the issue, but it's important that we get our arms around that one.
This one says, apart from the obvious lack of funding for project implementation, are there specific areas of project development that are hindered by limited funding availability?
I think this touches on some of the earlier presentations. If I were to emphasize where to direct limited city local resources, it's all around the planning and sort of pre-design of projects. We have that aspiration in San Francisco, but we haven't really achieved it. The only way that our program realized that was through the general obligation bond. And so I think the same is true of state grant sources. Putting that money into the first dollars of projects is the thing that is going to propel us regionally be able to compete for larger federal dollars, et cetera.
Yeah, I would agree with that. My philosophy has always been money finds good projects. And you can't have a good project until you establish what are the technical needs, what are the political needs, what is the path towards permits and land rights and these things. And it takes money to do all of that. That's all in the planning phase. And then you can start to talk about, you know, bigger dollars from federal and state sources. One of the things that we haven't really talked a lot about that I've heard today is equity on the funding side of these projects. And there are communities that are less resourced than other communities in San Mateo County on the shoreline. And the way that we think about equity at One Shoreline is not, let's do a special project for a special community that is under-resourced, but let's wrap that community with its more well-resourced neighbor. So that's why all of our stuff, one of the reasons, in addition to the technical interests, is multi-jurisdictional. So by combining East Palo Alto and Menlo Park with Facebook's resources and PG&E's resources, we kind of spread the burden and importantly, we ensure that there's no discrepancy in protection between one community and another community. And that's what we're also doing south of the airport and north of the airport in areas where relatively low-income communities are adjacent to more well-resourced institutions or neighborhoods.
This question is related to funding. Have you encountered issues with Prop 218 limiting the use of funds? For example, the ability to manage larger storms or sources of flooding. If so, how are you addressing it?
So the only example that I can think of, and it's not really directed, or focused on my agency, is we have water and sewer rates in San Francisco that are governed by Prop 218. The sewer system in San Francisco was designed to deal with that 5-year storm, right? So that's the only obligation that our Public Utilities Commission has taken on. And as we're thinking about the extreme precipitation that we're looking at in the future, as we're thinking about different ways of managing stormwater, we have to be thinking about how we pay for that water above the 5-year storm that is traveling along our streets and will find its way to the shoreline. And that's going to be a Prop 218 issue, how you design fees and financing structures that go to dealing with that water.
I'll just say real quick, we did a very intensive exploration with San Mateo County in 2021 and the first half of 2022 to look at the feasibility of a parcel tax to address climate resilience needs, both in the water space and the wildfire space. It was a combined measure that we talked about. It was polling at about 68% initially, and then we did a campaign, and then gas prices shot up like in 2022, and people started getting nervous about the economy. And so despite the campaign, the numbers dipped below 2/3. And so we didn't do that. We are closely watching ACA 1 that was mentioned previously, but also another Assembly Constitutional Amendment 13, which is also going to be on the November ballot, which is going to look at the Citizens Initiative threshold and keeping that at 50 plus 1% rather than 2/3. And there's another measure. It's complicated. Anyway, we're closely following that. And 2/3 is a really high hurdle. And we are looking forward to 55% for bonds and 50 plus 1, locking that in the Constitution.
So I'm going to go a little off script and ask one of my own questions. We all know that the Bay Area is a unique setting, and I think, Brad, you touched about this a little bit in your presentation, but have you ever looked at projects outside of the Bay Area, and what kind of lessons learned did we get from those?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. When we did our planning policy guidance, we looked at planning documents around the country, and Brad mentioned Norfolk, and I visited Norfolk and talked to their folks there. We also looked at Rhode Island, which does planning at a state level, small state, so that makes sense maybe. Broward County is doing some good stuff. Boston, Kauai, they all have good ideas that maybe work better in their contexts than other contexts. And so we drew from all of that to do our planning policy guidance. And now that we're focused on public infrastructure guidance, we're looking at it. Actually, we're looking at what San Francisco has in that regard, which is really great stuff. And then also what other cities have, and counties and states have done around the country. So there's a lot of great examples out there for at least planning. And then on projects, there's also, you mentioned Norfolk and some others.
So this is a major way that we've tried to navigate the Army Corps process is by talking to other jurisdictions who are further along in that process with the Corps. We've got some, I think, some staff from the Army Corps here today, really committed to working with local agencies. But I will say about the Army Corps process, it's convoluted. It is very complicated. The approach to planning is not what we're used to as a local entity, where we may come at it from a neighborhood, a public realm perspective. That's not where the Corps is at. They're coming at it through the risk and what problem is trying to be solved. And as I said, they are evolving. So we're part of a little emotional support group of cities that are working with the Corps that try and exchange information about what the Corps process is like, how you can overcome problems, shared advocacy at the federal level. And so I want to make the offer. It's like we've got to do a longer briefing for the Bay Area about our work. And we'd be happy to do that for folks who are thinking about applying for a new start. And then if you are in that Army Corps process, you've got to learn from other cities because it's not a type of planning you'll have done locally before.
And then I always like to try and add things on a positive note. So for me, it's easy to look at these numbers and all these projections and feel overwhelmed by what's to come. So how do you stay positive in these times of uncertainty, and what encourages you?
We have a great team, staff at the port who's working on this. We've got collaboration with other city department staff, super talented people, and I just find that everybody is really committed to the work. They just are enthusiastic about what they're doing day to day. Yes, we have challenges and problems that are difficult to overcome, but it really is that sort of motivation that I see for everybody who's working on this that keeps me optimistic.
Yeah, I would agree. We have a very small staff, but they're super committed and energetic and younger than I am, so that's good. I think we get energy because this is so hard. Is that these are super hard challenges, and it's a lot more interesting to do these super hard challenges and to figure out the politics and figure out the technical issues and hire consultant teams that work well together. And that all takes a lot of effort. And that's, do we want to be in that space, or do we want to be in a space that it's doing easy things? And I'd rather be in this space. And a lot of the people I work with, I think, get some energy from that. So hopefully you all do too.
Well, let's give it up for our two speakers. Thank you.
Thank you all. That was fantastic. So that concludes our morning sessions. Lunch is being served up in the Mount Tamalpais room. If you do want coffee, please get it on this floor, though, before you head up. And then I believe we will reconvene right around.
Everyone had a wonderful lunch. It was nice and sunny out. I thought it was a good little break. Building on the two segments that we had this morning on funding and regional planning, we are now turning the discussion to funding and coordination strategies for adaptation. I would like to now introduce Lisa Gaucher, the moderator of the third segment of today's summit, Advancing Adaptation, Regional Finance and Coordination Strategies. Lisa is currently the Senior Vice President of Inclusion and Belonging for the Silicon Valley Leadership Group and serves on the One Shoreline Board of Directors. Lisa is an active local elected official serving as a council member for the city of East Palo Alto and is currently running for District 4 Supervisor for San Mateo County. Please join me in welcoming Lisa.
Thank you. I'm going to keep my mask on. I have a 3-year-old grandson at home who is just the gift that just keeps on giving. I'm not contagious, but just for safety. Again, Cameron, thank you so much. And thank you for being here today. Again, I'm Lisa Gaucher, longtime resident of East Palo Alto. I live in the community that's most impacted by flooding and water in East Palo Alto. And on 98 and 12, when I was elected to office in 2012, there was a flood like a couple months after I was elected. And the only thing I could think about doing was put some boots on and getting out in the community and making sure that everybody was going to be protected. Since then, I was on the San Francisco Creek JPA, where they have made a great difference in our community. In East Palo Alto, with the first REACH project, that had something to do with the flooding from the San Francisco Creek. That work has protected our community from flooding and has reduced the flood insurance for our community, which makes a big difference for the community members who are directly impacted. In parts of the community, when you walk in East Palo Alto, you're on a levee looking at the top of houses. So it is so important that we all work on this Safer Bay project and the projects regionally to have an impact. As you've heard from Cameron, I am also the Senior Vice President of Inclusion and Belonging for the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, where I lead policy and initiative areas that impact education, workforce development, racial justice and equity, and health, with a focus on health equity and a healthcare innovation. I am excited to be here because as a founding member of the One Shoreline board member, we are dealing with this on a daily basis. We have development that's on the edge of East Palo Alto in the region. So this is going to be hopefully an exciting conversation. And we're going to start with a 10-minute presentation from Matt Maloney, the Regional Director and Planning from MTC. Can you do here?
Thank you so much, Lisa, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for inviting us all here. It's very exciting. So I'm going to set the stage for this session, and I want to run through briefly some of the key findings from a recent collaborative effort that MTC and ABAG undertook in collaboration with BCDC. I work for MTC and ABAG. It's not two jobs, it's just two boards, and we are one staff. And this was, I think, the region's first effort at quantifying the cost of and the funding required to protect the most vulnerable areas in the Bay Area. So it's sort of a zoom out 9-county look at this issue. We released the report last summer, focusing on a few different outcomes. It's an accounting of all of the sea level rise adaptation projects, and some of these are known and some of these are unknown, and we kind of break it down in terms of kind of the level of delivery. We also did some work on accounting for the different revenue sources at play and researching how new revenues for sea level rise adaptation could be raised most equitably. The report also says a little bit about governance and some of our challenges in this space as a region, and I will touch on that as well. So we know very well how vulnerable the region is to sea level rise, and our objective here was to quantify that risk and put some dollar signs on it. The Bay Area accounts for 1/3 of the California's coastline, but 2/3 of the state's sea level rise impacts will be felt here in the 9-county Bay Area. Some of the assets at risk of flooding, these are things at risk if we don't adapt. 75,000 total households, and I think it's important to underscore 12,000 of those at least would be in the most socially vulnerable communities, such as East Palo Alto, sections of San Rafael and the Canal District, and other parts of the region. 200,000 local jobs and 15,000 total businesses. And overall, there's 20,000 vulnerable acres at risk, including wetlands, lagoons, and tidal marshes. When we cost that out in terms of what it would take, what the risk is across the region, we see $85 billion in terms of the estimated assessed value of the parcels at risk, and $151 billion is the value of just the major roadways at risk. in terms of the transportation infrastructure. So that's kind of the doomsday part of the report. We then looked at an inventory of adaptation needs, which is kind of a compilation or a compendium of where these things are. And to do this, we relied heavily on local jurisdictions and counties, really to create an inventory of what was known. The colors on the map are important. The dark blue represent local adaptation projects. These are sort of known projects that are moving forward. The light blue area, these are local study areas where it looks like there's been some work done, but they may be still working through different alternatives in terms of what needs to take place there. And then the green area is also very important. These are potential protective infrastructure needs, and really these are placeholder areas. These are parts of the region where, to date, there's been actually a lack of planning in terms of the projects that are needed. So the green is ultra important. So there's really an effort here, not only to get the infrastructure delivered, get the projects delivered, whether it's green or gray infrastructure, but also to get the planning done as well. So multifaceted. So using this data, the report identifies that the cost of doing this adaptation would be $110 billion. And that's looking at an assumption of 4.9 feet of inundation, which includes not only sea level rise, but also flooding. So half of that cost was attributed to locally identified projects, and half accounts for areas that are still in need of local adaptation planning. And I'll show you a little bit of how that breaks down in a minute. So taking a look across the region by county, this is a breakdown across the 9-county Bay Area. The size of the circle equates to the relative cost of adaptation. And then the colors have to do with whether the projects are gray, hybrid, green infrastructure, or again, those placeholder areas. Again, those are the ones in blue where we haven't done necessarily enough planning. And it's notable that of the $110 billion, over half of that is the placeholder, meaning, again, there hasn't been sufficient planning or project identification done. So again, the lesson is that implementation is certainly a need, but in many cases, we need to focus on providing that assistance to do the planning work as well. So we identified 6 findings out of this report. First, $110 billion is a huge number. We know that current revenues are grossly inadequate to meeting the need. We forecast over the next 30 years or so, this region is likely to receive somewhere between $5 to $10 billion in funding from known sources. This leaves a funding gap of roughly $100 billion for these projects. Multiple fund sources are obviously going to be required. There is no one fund source that can pull all of this off. In terms of equity, some taxes out there are going to place a lower burden on socially vulnerable areas while providing a greater benefit to socially vulnerable areas than their regional share. There's a whole world of equity here in terms of communities, the socioeconomic characteristics of certain communities, but also the geographic distribution of where the needs are. There are key differences between the counties, which I think is an opportunity and a challenge. Over 50% of the costs are in just 3 counties, and that level of local adaptation planning varies widely across the region. And again, also a mix of green and gray infrastructure. So what is next? We have sorted the investments. We're working to sort the investments and really to sequence the investments more. At this point, this report is sort of a project list and a map, but the hard work is yet to come. What really needs to happen next is an effort to prioritize and start to sequence some of these projects, looking at different areas like readiness, who's got the funding available, and really where the needs are and who has more planning to be done. BCDC has been huge on this effort. They're going to be continuing to develop a lot of the mapping and analytical tools that we use to ensure that we have access to the best possible inventory data. We're going to keep updating this report as the years go on. It is certainly a living document. And then lastly, this region really does need to better define lead roles for funding plans and projects in the Bay Area. We have, kind of an embarrassment of riches here in terms of, our number of governments and our number of regional governments that are involved in this space. But we still need to clarify the roles and process just to ensure, that we're not stepping on each other's toes, and that when there is funding made available at the federal or state levels, that we sort of know who's in charge and we can get funding to deal with these issues. So we are engaged right now with our partners at BCDC in an attempt to sort some of these sea level rise investments. We're relying on a lot of local outreach to the jurisdictions and the counties. The job is to review and update the inventory, and then really kind of sorting these into a couple bins, perhaps projects that address impacts at 2 feet, perhaps versus 4.9 feet. And then, of course, the methodology of how we do this is going to be very important. There's a lot of ways to sequence and sort and prioritize projects, and that's the job ahead of us over the next few years. Lastly, I wanted to say a bit about the importance of governance on this issue. The report does highlight that there is a need for more collaborative governance in this space. Over the last half a year or so, the agencies, the regional agencies, and some of the state agencies in this space have been working together to draft a memorandum of understanding, which has been a great collaborative process among the agencies. But the idea here is looking across efforts like funding, technical assistance, planning. Really, how are we working together on these? Is there a lead agency in charge of some of these things? And where is support needed from the other agencies? So we have a draft of this MOU, and over the next few months, the agencies that you see on this screen, many of them are going to be working towards signing that MOU, and in my opinion, that really puts us in a great spot moving forward, just to make sure that we can get the funding that we need to implement these projects. I got a QR code, which is very exciting. So I know the report is here. We printed out the report. Warner made sure of that we have hard copies of the report here for everyone. But if you'd like to, yeah, QR code. I'm Gen X. I don't know anything about QR codes. But scan that, and obviously it's online. And I'm going to pass it to the next presenter, who is, well, I guess, Lisa, you're doing that. Thank you.
Forward to your discussion. Next, we're going to have Warren Chabot from San Francisco Estuary come up and give his presentation. He'll be followed by Supervisor Stephanie.
Yeah, I'm the old guard that likes things like to read the paper, so I printed copies. So if you didn't get one, there's some out there. I think I made enough copies for everyone. So a quick disclaimer: San Francisco Estuary Institute (SFEI). We are a non-advocacy environmental science research institute. We're an NGO and a JPA. We provide science, analytics, and technical support, mostly to local government agencies to address sort of landscape scale environmental issues. We've been around 30 years. We have about 80 staff. We do not do policy and politics, but we are observers. My entire talk is going to be about policy and politics. Let's just say I'm representing myself as a grandfather who has to be accountable to his 14-year-old grandson. And in working with scientists and dealing with these issues, I feel like we're at a point in history, at almost an inflection point in the Bay Area, where we really need to be thinking more strategically about large-scale regional policy and the politics of how we're going to tackle these challenges. And I think, honestly, looking at this audience, I recognize that I'm preaching to the choir, that many of you, or most of you, are far more knowledgeable and have greater expertise than I have or will ever have. So I just want to humbly suggest that I honestly believe that the Bay Area can and should be a national model of how an urban region of 8 million people at the edge of the sea tackles the challenge of climate change and adaptation with vision, hope, and innovation. I further suggest, quite bluntly, that the people in this room represent probably the core group in the Bay Area that has the greatest potential to help achieve that goal. You have the knowledge, you have the political influence, and you have the leadership capacity, I believe, to help make that happen. Starting with the obvious and being blunt, I think we all should look around and realize and accept the fact that we are ridiculously privileged. We have exceptional resources at our disposal, and we're lucky to live in such an extraordinary place. Now, let's remember that Native Americans flourished here for 10,000 years before we even showed up. And from a Native American historian at SFEI, I learned that 500 years ago, when Columbus discovered America, one of the most densely populated regions in all of what's now North America, Canada, USA, and Mexico, was right here, sort of a triangle between Santa Rosa, Sacramento, and Monterey. Why? Absolutely temperate climate and ridiculously abundant ecosystems and diversity. And you know, this map shows sort of the diversity of the population that was here before we even showed up. Since then, we've built, whoop, wait a minute, I think it jumped a little. There we go, sorry. Since then, I think we've built a Bay Area urban community of about 8 million people, literally in a bathtub, but we built it with one very, very bad, wrong assumption regarding heat and rainfall. We falsely assumed that our rather mild climate had been stable for many, many millennia. Yet recent studies on deep core samples from lake beds show great periods of drought and flooding over thousands of years that occurred before we were around to try to witness them and measure them. And climate change is only going to accelerate that challenge. Now, you all know that we face, I'm going to move ahead, that, you know, this region faces kind of a unique triple threat. Rising sea equals rising bay waters. This also pushes up many shallow groundwater tables, and this is all in addition to lowland flooding from more frequent and extreme storms. This threatens much of our region's urban infrastructure, essential for our economy and the very quality of life, our ports, our airports, our freeways, our water treatment plants, all at the edge of the bay. This triple threat also hammers the most vulnerable, underserved, disadvantaged communities in our Bay Area. Think Alviso, East Palo Alto, West Oakland, North Richmond, San Rafael's Canal District. And as Matt noted in the report, again, salesman for the report, get your hard copies here, don't leave without one. As Matt noted, you know, sea level rise is going to dramatically accelerate both the scale and the speed at which shoreline infrastructure projects need to be designed, financed, permitted, and built. So I brought copies of Matt's report. And I would say, looking around this room, well, the Bay Area has probably got about 5,000 engineers and scientists working on this issue and have been working on it for 10, 20 years. We've got literally mountains of vulnerability assessments and adaptation strategies. We could start building dikes with 3-ring binders of all the studies that you've all made a good fortune and put your kids through college trying to do, me included. So, but what we have, you know, we've sort of identified, I think, the full range of many of the science and the engineering solutions that we need. However, I believe what's really missing are two fundamental things. Highly qualified experts in the fields of finance, municipal finance, private finance, public-private partnership finance, and governance. We've got strategies that to be implemented, but we need strategies to equitably fund and actually make those 3-ring binders into a reality. And I think the solutions that we need in those expertise that we need probably fall into 3 categories. 1, just finance strategies, private, municipal, public-private. 2, local and regional policies that are going to be needed to support or incentivize those financial tools. And 3, collaborative multi-agency governance. Basically, how are our political leaders across 9 counties and 60 shoreline communities going to really work together? So I think this finance and governance may well be the most important frontier areas that are going to require the greatest level of innovation in the coming decade. I think the Bay Area has, if you stop and think about it, probably about 500 locally elected officials. If you take the 60 shoreline cities and the county supervisors, And that is a enormous potential group. And I think that the map, the report that BCDC and MTC put together, it's a roadmap. It's not the answer, but it is an enormous public service. It is an extraordinary, clear definition of the metrics of the regional scope of the challenge. What we're going to need is bold financial governance and permitting solutions to address the challenge. And finally, I would just say that I think that if we work together, I think we have the ability to maybe put together, call it climate boot camp for locally elected officials, so that just as we're having this discussion today, we take a day every time a new class of locally elected officials come together, we bring them together for one day and talk about the regional challenges and the scope and the need for multi-regional collaboration. You already have many efforts by the regional entities, by the Regional Water Board, MTC, ABAG, BARC, and others that are thinking and working collectively. You have an informal network of the BayCan, the Bay Area Climate Adaptation Network, which is all the kind of an informal network of local government planner types that are already working and talking about these issues collectively. You are all doing, many of you are doing this work through your consulting work with many different entities. I do think that we have the potential, and if we're going to do this work, we need to recognize that local governments are never going to give up their power to a regional entity. But if we work collectively and maybe do something like put another ballot measure on the ballots, call it the son or daughter of Measure AA, and we raise $1 to $10 billion, we will have then the leverage of being able to leverage private funding or public funding. We will have call it Bay Restoration Authority on steroids, because that is, the Bay Restoration Authority in a way is sort of a informal regional governance. They have to give out $25 million a year, and in doing so, they have to set priorities across the region. So I think we just need to be taking the science and the engineering and the work that you are all doing and figure out how do we effectively translate that and present that to our elected officials to have them think a little bit more collectively to come up with the financial and the governance solutions that we need. I'll stop there.
I am going to ask for some help with my slides, if I could. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to see you. Stephanie Moulton Peters, Marin County Supervisor, Southern Marin District 3. And I'm going to give you a real-time elected officials view of sea level rise planning. We're going to use some pretty pictures, not a lot of statistics, so it's easy on the eyes. But I've been at this work for over 10 years. I came to it as a city council member in Mill Valley. And my predecessor in the soups job, Kate Sears, worked with Len Matterman and Supervisor Dave Pine years ago to begin kicking off the thinking in Marin County of what are we all going to do together about this. Marin County has 11 cities and towns, not quite as many as some of your counties. And it's been wonderful to hear what the different counties are doing to approach this. But we started dialoguing about sea level rise, and we undertook a vulnerability assessment together. Kate Sears brought the county in, and I brought the 11 cities and towns to work together to assess what sea level rise was going to do to our Bay Coast in Marin. And that was a great way to coalesce all of us on what our collective future was going to look like and the impacts to all of our facilities in the different jurisdictions. So let me, okay, let's see, I'm looking for the one overview slide. There it is. I want to just take a minute. All of our counties in the Bay Area have a similar situation where we share that Bay Coast. In Marin, it's particularly complicated by the fact that our rugged hillsides cascade right into the bay. And there's a very shallow bench of buildable land there, not very large. And in the case of Sausalito, which you'll see up towards the top of the map with the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco at the very top. But in Sausalito, you've got a classic case of the hillsides really do empty right into the bay, and there's a little bit of bridgeway and the commercial area that people like to come visit. But that's it. So I like to say, you're either in the wildfire zone in Marin County or you're in the flood zone, and everybody's in the earthquake zone. But you can see the land development patterns that we have going farther down the slide, where after World War II, principally, we built in the wetlands, like many communities did. And we had a lot of our starter homes and then some of our beyond starter homes in those mudflats. And that continues to be our situation today. So we have work ahead of us to plan for how to use either nature-based or gray solutions, and we are considering both, because as Lynn said, the green solutions don't work everywhere. You don't have the room. But where they do, in our marshes, which are in the center area here, in the Corte Madera area, is perfect. And farther north in Nevada, we're using nature-based a lot. But in places like Sausalito, it's pretty clear that along Bridgeway, that major boulevard will probably have a seawall associated with it at some point in time. So let me move forward now and just say, I love this slide. This is a multi-use path with a cyclist on it, with kayakers right alongside, real time, not photoshopped or anything. But this is what happens in southern Marin in my district on on high tide days sometimes, and our king tide days. So we have a situation right now which has been exacerbated by our atmospheric rivers and everything else to deal with. One of our practical solutions is that we're going to take the multi-use path, which is an old rail line, and we're going to move it towards the shoreline. And the public actually has embraced this. We're going to move it towards the shoreline and make that a horizontal levee with the multi-use path on top as a sea level rise fortification strategy. We had a very extensive education and awareness process for our communities to bring everybody along that this is an issue. And again, this work was started several years ago. But we've coalesced on some solutions that have gotten community support, and now it's just a matter of finding the funding, as we've been talking about. But I also want to show you what's happened in the intervening years, which is, this is Richardson Bay, and this is all my district, includes Tiburon, Mill Valley, Sausalito, Marin City, a former shipbuilding town here, in a lot of unincorporated area. Each of these black dots represents a sea level rise project, which one local agency or another has undertaken in their own self-interest to get going with sea level rise planning. And in the meantime, at the county, we had this little thing called COVID that we had to focus on for a few years. And so we turned our attention away from the large planning effort. I'm happy to say we picked that up again. We've now retained AECOM, who's going to work with us on a governance model for all of Marin County. How do we organize ourselves, much the way San Mateo County undertook this several years ago. We're going to come along. But as a practical matter, I still have all these little black dots going on independently. And that's really what I wanted to share with you today, that my job now as a local elected is to play hurry up, catch up. And I'm bringing together all of these agencies, and some of them are sewage treatment plants, some are the cities and towns, others are nature-based pilot projects that the county is doing. And we're all going to get in a room next month in June and have a share out on what are we all doing and how can we better coordinate, because in the end what you want is alignment. The jurisdictions, they are going to go ahead, I'm sure, but if I am effective, I'm going to get us all to link arms and see how it's in our best interest to work together to make sure that our solutions that we're looking at, and these are all in the study phase for the most part, but that our solutions connect and regard each other so that we're not building something that's going to harm the upstream or downstream neighbor. And I think this can all be done, and we will. But it is the state of affairs, as Libby Schaff said today, to get the localities to each kind of relax their single focus on their shoreline to begin to link arms and work together on all of our shorelines. So, you know, I wanted to just sprinkle that out there. I'm happy to answer questions in the Q&A. We're looking forward to the work that AECOM will be doing with us over the next 2 years to help us look at governance structures for the whole county and funding strategies, and then how to organize our internal county resources to support the cities and towns. So that is the current state of affairs. Warner told me I was to do the problem statement, and so there you have it. And I look forward to your questions later on. Thank you very much.
I'm going to invite all the panelists to come up to the couch, and we're going to start our questions. Brian Cooney from Marsh Risk and Insurance, and Srinivasta. Well, thank you for the presentations. I really enjoyed it. We're going to get right into some questions, and I know the audience, you're aware that you can submit questions as well. All right, so the first question, I'm going to open this up to everyone on the panel. What are the two biggest challenges we face in tackling climate adaptation over the next 2 decades? And Brian, I'll start with you since you're sitting closest to me. I have to give you a mic. I don't know if you want to share mics with me.
Does that work? Okay, all right, that helps. So anyway, as a board member for the Bay Planning Coalition for the last 6 years, I bring a little bit of a different perspective, and that is risk. And so what I try to keep the conversation going is that how do we address risk and potentially transfer that risk? And so that's where I think we're going to need to look for over the next couple of decades, because quite frankly, I don't think it's going to get tackled anytime soon. I think it's going to risk and insurance and transferring that risk is probably going to take a long time. And as Warner mentioned in a meeting that we had a number of weeks ago, is that risk is probably step 17 or 20 out of 25. And an awful lot has to happen in this type of a setting to even get the conversation started and moving it forward.
Thank you. We're going to go down the couch. If everyone would answer the first question.
I'm going to pass.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay. I'm Sujata Srivastava. I'm the Chief Policy Officer at SPUR, and we are a public policy organization that works on research, education, and advocacy on topics including sustainability and resilience, but also transportation, planning, housing, and governance. And so for us, as we think about some of the big challenges in this space, it's really been about how do we align our regional strategies on all of these issues, right? I mean, I think we can all sit here and be very mindful that it requires that type of alignment. And yet, you know, at the state level, we have the climate bond, we have a potential housing bond, we have a school facilities bond, all trying to kind of compete for a slice of what might be available from the state GO bond funding capacity. So I think that there needs to be a lot of thinking about how do we better coordinate, not just at the state level, but at the regional level, so that we're not operating in these silos, which means actually working differently with institutions and creating the right incentives for folks to be thinking about this a little bit more comprehensively. So I think that's a challenge, and I also think it's an opportunity when I look at the group gathered here today, where people are trying to figure this out.
this is challenges, right? I think one challenge is I think we have to be careful not to be too doomsday about the issue, because I think we risk alienating partners and stakeholders. And one thing I worried about with our own report that we put out, the $110 billion figure, is that it's so large that it's hard to get your hands around that number. And I think some just think, well, somebody else is going to deal with that problem. What I like about, I think, the conversations here today is that we're learning a lot about progress. We're learning a lot about actual projects that are going on and multi-jurisdictional efforts. I think we really have to talk more about progress and maybe a little less about vulnerability, although I hesitate to say that. I know vulnerability is very important, and you have to have make sure that we're talking about the science and updating the science, but I think we should talk more about progress. The other challenge is just that projects take too long to happen. And as someone, who's grown up in the transportation space, but it's pretty similar in this space as well, big projects take decades, and we don't have decades on this issue. And I think if we get bogged down in process and, the perfection standard that we all have around certain projects, we're going to miss the boat. And that's why I think multi-jurisdictional solutions and really being at the county level, that's going to be totally critical to break through some of that.
Yeah, I'll just add on to that. The challenge I see is there too, is the complexity that we're dealing with, both of the problem we're trying to solve, and then the number of agencies that are involved. And then the funding is another one, but I'm going to set that aside for the moment. And I think, frankly, that bodes for something I had wanted to say in my remarks, which is we need those relationships. We need to build the vertical relationships that were being talked about this morning with public, private, and nonprofit, all levels of government. I learned a lot from serving on MTC with Matt, and I think our shared perspectives. But you've got to have the relationship building so that when you press the go button, everybody's going to go in the direction together. And so I see building relationships as one of those challenges. We must do it.
Thank you, Supervisor. And we'll stick with you for this one, unless Warren, I see you.
Well, I just wanted to add, you already heard me do my little spiel that I think governance and finance are the keys on that. And I think as someone who's worked on lots and lots of region and statewide political campaigns, I think overly simplistically, all politics and public policy tends to fall into two buckets. It's either fear or hope. And most politicians either grab one or the other. And I think we have a delicate dance, per Matt said, to kind of deal with both. Deal with the fear, the reality of the challenges that we have, but also give people a vision of hope of what can be, and have a positive vision of the future. So it gives people a sense of being inspired so that they're more likely to support a bond measure that'll do something to actually tackle that challenge, and giving them visual concepts of what a more robust, ecologically sound future could be for this region of 8 million people.
You, Warner, going to the next. And Stephanie, you were just talking. I'm going to start with you on this one. What role should the various stakeholders, local government, private industry, insurance, and NGOs play in the region's effort to ensure infrastructure and communities are prepared for a future characterized by changing climate?
Thanks for that softball question. Yeah, I'm just kidding, Lisa. Look, I think today's convening is a wonderful first step in the kind of convenings we need to continue to have, and we have them in the Bay Area, and that is bringing all the players together to think together and bring the pieces of information. I learned from you in our call about where the local insurance agencies might play a role. So I think just more convenings to think together and problem solve together. I'm very hopeful. I went to the Netherlands 5 years ago to look at how they had built their community to withstand the seas that they face. And I saw it can be done. You have to commit the resources and stay committed to it. But frankly, the technical part was not the hard part. It was the political will and the financing. And so I still think that we have all the answers in this room. We just need to develop the political will and figure out the financing and combine transportation financing and sea level rise and all the financing we have. So that's what we all need to get to work and do.
Like to tackle that? No. Yes.
I always love a microphone, as you all know. I do think that for the Bay Area, there's always going to be three issues that are always going to be front and center in front of folks that are public policy issues. It's going to be housing, it's going to be transportation, and it's going to be climate. Housing and transportation are always going to be seen as an immediate crisis. They are both going to have a built-in huge constituencies to press for them. Maybe that's why we have a housing bond on this November ballot, and we're likely to have a transportation bond 2 years from now, and we're just beginning to talk about possibly a climate bond in the Bay Area. But I do think that the relationship between those three need to be brought together, and the interrelationship of them. And again, I'm going to keep pounding on this thing that I do think that the people who comprise the Bay Planning Coalition, you're overly simplistically, you're either the entities, the ports, the airports, and the other entities whose future is at risk, and you are also the advisors, the consultants who are designing the solutions. And I think between those two groups, you have an enormous influence into trying to figure out how we take a challenging document like the report that MTC and BCDC put together, and to help us figure out how do we message that to the elected officials of the Bay Area so we come up with a comparable strategy. We have a disadvantage in that places like Los Angeles, everybody sees everybody else at either Staples Auditorium or Disney Hall. The San Francisco Bay might as well be the friggin' Atlantic Ocean, because we're 9 different counties and 9 different cultures. And I think there are efforts by the regional entities to try to pull us together. There's a lot of progress being made and has been made, but I think we need to accelerate that progress. And I think you have a great role in playing that.
Testing? Yes. So, I mean, something that, we've been talking about quite a bit with our colleagues over at BCDC and the San Francisco Estuary Partnership, which is part of ABAG, is just the technical assistance needs out there, and just the capacity needs out there with local jurisdictions. And we know this from the last 4 years of experience, doing this on the housing side. With the big housing numbers that are out there, and we're working on a staff level to go in there and try to get the jurisdictions what they need to deal with those issues. I mean, local jurisdictions are stretched to the max. There are a lot of issues out there, and as regional agencies, I think we are trying to really interpret what those needs are, and they could be a lot of needs, even things that you're not thinking about. Even things like contracting. How do we get into contracting with federal dollars to do planning or other types of things? So there's just a whole world out there. And I think part of that is bringing money to the table. But part of it is also just that like staff-to-staff assistance. So I think hopefully we're going to see more of that over the next few years, but that takes money too.
Thank you, Matt. I think that's so important. I'm looking at Lynn Matterman, and in San Mateo County, what Lynn and One Shoreline was able to do with 20 cities, bring us all together under the guise of what are we going to do to solve the problem, is going to be important. And Warner, you said something when you were like, how can I get elected officials together early on to explain what is going on in this area so that everybody can be in agreement and we can get a bond like this passed. Brian, I'm going to come back to you, I think, for this one. How can the region incorporate a risk perspective into adaptation funding and coordination strategies? Should the focus be on physical resilience and then consider addressing financial resilience, or should both resilience approaches be addressed simultaneously?
That's a mouthful. Well, okay. Well, from my perspective, I think it's a broad outreach to the entire community. And I think what Abby said this morning was, Libby said this morning was important to get everybody's buy-in. Because if you look at, protecting the communities, especially from an insurance perspective, it's got to be fair and equitable, and you got to figure out a way to distribute those indemnity dollars and figure out what you're going to do if something happens again on the heels of a risk. So it is possible to look at the community and try to get everybody involved with it. I know that our colleagues in New York put something together for New York City to help challenge socioeconomic people in the areas of flood. They put a program, and it's called parametric risk, and we're not going to get into all the nuts and bolts of it. And talking with Cameron, we're going to put on a workshop sometime down the road. But it really just provides the community with up to $15,000 per household if they're impacted by flooding. And so it doesn't tell you what you have to do with the proceeds. It just gives that level of indemnity. So I think, you know, from my perspective on the risk side, there is things that we can do for the whole entire Bay Area, but it's a lot of work, and I think everybody's got to buy into the big picture in order to pull that off.
Thank you so much. Would anyone else like to address that question? And I don't see any mics going up. That's fine. Let's go to Sujata, and we're going to talk about sustainable development. How can we balance economic growth with environmental protection in the Bay, and what role does the sustainable development play in this equation?
Also a really easy question. No, I mean, I think it's really interesting because when you look at the places that are most vulnerable, those are also places where we either have, you know, the existing density of the population and jobs, or they're places that are planning to be transformed from an industrial use to a mixed use development. You know, so I think of places like Alameda Point or Moffett Park or Hunters Point. So it seems to me like these are opportunities for us to be thinking about what kind of infrastructure investments we're going to be putting into these places so that it is more resilient. I think it kind of creates an incentive for jurisdictions to think about. I think part of the problem, and Matt's report speaks to this, you know, a lot of the funding that's already created and the institutions are really built to do that gray infrastructure bit. And we aren't as good at thinking about those more complex nature-based and adaptation solutions with the existing tools that we have. So even if it's more cost-effective to do that nature-based solution, we end up defaulting to, often end up defaulting to those other solutions that are less long-term. So I think of this as kind of, you know, what can we be doing differently in some of those really major development project areas. I think that still, though, it's easier to think about new development in this context. What's harder is existing communities, you know, and East Palo Alto being one of those really key places where a lot of the funding and financing tools we have are leveraged on new development, so impact fees and assessments. What do you do when you have an existing place and low-income communities where it doesn't make sense to shift that burden to those folks, and what other tools are available so that it is an equitable solution? I think those are the questions. I feel like I agree with the point earlier that the technical side we know how to do, right? So it's more about aligning the other stuff to make it possible so that you can really deliver those co-benefits.
Yeah, I'll just chime in with Sujata. We are taking a different approach to Highway 37 up at the top of the North Bay. That is a needed road widening project, but we've turned it, and we are looking at the resilience and restoration aspects, the co-benefits. And we've actually brought the state resource agencies together, natural resource agencies together with Caltrans. They worked together early in the planning phase. We've brought them back together now to develop new implementation strategies where the co-benefits are blended right into the planning of the project, such that we're really looking at it more from a restoration standpoint. What can it do for the North Bay environment up there, and sea level rise benefits of those marshes, as well as a raised causeway and levee project that will benefit the motorists coming from the different parts of the bay. It's not easy getting the agencies to all agree on a shared set of goals and values. And then implementation, we're finding. Then you get into how we're going to contract and get it done. But we do hope to make this a demonstration project to hammer out some new ways of doing business. And Matt, other things to add on this from your point?
I just think in like the transportation just industry, I mean, there's been a massive sea change, pardon the pun, over the last couple decades. I mean, we've been used to at MTC, we do a lot of work really analyzing the performance of future transportation projects, because we know we don't have enough money to build everything over the next 30 years. So we have to create that sequencing and that prioritization that allows projects to get positioned and get funding. And we're just in a new age now in terms of the way that we're looking at projects. So we're not only looking at transit projects and roadway projects, we're looking at resilience projects that can protect the highway and transit investments, and just kind of getting to that double or triple bottom line. These are the projects that are now really, just according to our analysis, benefit cost just penciling out over and over again. It's really becoming part of maintenance and modernization of the system. Is just doing these types of investments to protect. It just needs to be part of the equation. And I think in the transportation industry, there's just been a sea change in terms of the thinking on that aspect.
Oh, all right.
One more. Sure. Just on this issue about nature-based solutions, I want to just make sure, I think it's important that we highly respect nature-based solutions, but we don't prostrate ourselves on the temple of nature-based solutions as the only answer. For example, I'm talking to Martha Whetstone at the SFO. They can't do nature-based solutions because nature-based solutions are going to attract birds. So, and the fact that most grants and programs, now everyone's saluting and to the nature-based solution god. That makes it very difficult for the airport to get grant funding because so many of the potential grants almost require a bowing to the nature-based solutions. So I think that it's very important, and it's a very good trend, and I don't want to diss it because SFEI is one of the biggest proponents of it. So I'm a huge respecter of that. But just think, 6 years ago, we produced this Adaptation Atlas, which is like a 250-page document that looked at 15 different nature-based solutions and 15 different green solutions, and we came up with sort of opportunities maps for 30 segments around the Bay, and we looked at where nature-based solutions might work and where green solutions might work. And relating to Highway 37 and in the issue of governance, I think Highway 37 has been an interesting example where kind of again, overly simplistically, the transportation agency engineers had a certain set of ideas of what they wanted to do on Highway 37, and the natural resource manager regulators had a set of ideas of what they thought was appropriate. And just in struggling with that challenge of Highway 37, a lot of those very different players got together and they've come up with some solutions. It isn't the ideal that I would have come up with, but I think just the process of those different multiple agencies that are dealing with resource management and those other agencies that are focusing on the equity and transportation challenges having to work together is almost a good example of the type of cross-fertilization that's going to be necessary to come up with the right blend and the right dance card and the right mix for the Bay Area.
Warner, thank you. We're going to move on to adaptation, regional finance and coordination strategies with an estimated $110 billion needed by 2050 to prevent major flooding. What are the most promising strategies for raising these funds? And how can we ensure equitable distribution across the region? And another question could be, what does equitable funding look like? Who'd like to start with this question?
Well, I think the regional has to be part of it, and again, in my job, we represent the 9 counties. One of the things that does worry me, though, is I think the parochialism in the region is going to be our Achilles heel unless we figure it out, and I think that problem has to do a lot with where is the benefit accruing to. And as some of the pictures I showed you on the slides, it's not evenly distributed across the region in terms of where the problems and the issues are. And for San Mateo County, the cost may be $13 billion, but the assessed value may be 40 or 50 billion or whatever it is. And that creates a lot of challenges in terms of who pays for what around the region, and sort of the cross-subsidization issue. And we see that a lot when we're trying to put together regional measures, whether it's about housing or transportation. Counties and local jurisdictions that return to source is really the holy grail, and we're always trying to work on that. That being said, I think regional funding, a regional bond, has to be part of this. And there's really is no just one there's no one funding source for this. I mean, the federal government certainly needs to step up, and I think really needs to move from a position of taking care of disasters that have already happened to being much more proactive about planning and protecting the coastline.
I'll just add, I mean, I think there's no doubt that grants and geobonds are the most equitable. I think just as Matt said, I think what's hard is trying to convince some of the inland communities that this is something that they should also be willing to support, right? And we always have this issue in the Bay Area. Whenever we try to do these regional measures, we're gonna have the same case making to do with a regional housing measure. It's such an individualized kind of siloed approach right now that we have, and it's really hard to make the case for going at this together when the benefits aren't necessarily evenly distributed. And so I feel like one of the things we can do, though, is this is why we work on public policy at SPUR, is actually make those changes so that programs and agencies are actually looking at the co-benefits when they are making capital investments. So just as an example of that, in the transportation space, we are working on a state bill 960 that would require Caltrans, anytime they're working on a state highway resurfacing project or capital project, that they put in multimodal infrastructure, so pedestrian and bike facilities in those state highways, as well as the stuff that's serving cars. So really requiring that as those capital projects are happening is how you get to those outcomes and to those shared goals that we have as a region.
Thank you so much. I'm looking at Cameron. How much time do we have? I'm gonna move to some of the audience questions. Oh, okay. Okay. How do you coordinate with agencies? This is an audience question. How do you coordinate with agencies who have differing policies and priorities? Anybody want to?
Well, I think, pardon me, one of the most effective ways I've seen, Lisa, is to right up front agree on a set of principles, guiding principles and shared values. And they may not be exactly the particular agency's values and principles, but I mean, I think you've got to have some sort of umbrella framework for how you're all going to do business and get to the outcome together.
I mean, I think one of the things we've been working on in the region, I mentioned it, this MOU, this Memorandum of Understanding between the regional agencies, which has been a really eye-opening process. I mean, all these agencies have different boards, different responsibilities, things that they can do statutorily, and then certain things that they can't do statutorily. And we have spent a lot of time during this MOU process just sort of, level setting, that terrain. Who can be most effective in the planning realm, but perhaps not in the realm of advocacy, getting funding, and then granting funding. Certain agencies are better at that than others, and obviously everybody's got a role to play. So I think, kind of just working through that, and in this MOU, I mean, I think for one of the first times we're actually assigning responsibility. I mean, we see a huge responsibility for the State Coastal Conservancy and the Bay Restoration Authority on the funding landscape. We think that, that they can play a huge role. They're already in that space, and we think they can do a lot more. I think, MTC can do some of that as well. I think our challenge is just how much can commissioners like Stephanie take on just in terms of issue areas. When we're so focused on the needs of transportation and housing, do we all have the capacity as staff and as elected officials to then, let's layer on another issue, and by the way, it costs $110 billion. So, we just have to kind of feel out really who's responsible for what. So I think the MOU has been a good process of kind of laying that out, and I think at a region it's going to set us up, I think, better for success, because now we're actually assigning leaders to certain areas.
Just to kind of build on it, I'd say the absolute last thing I think we need now is a new entity. I think we have an ample number of entities that are working quite effectively and trying to work quite effectively together. I think in terms of how we're going to fund this, I believe that both Amy and Tegan, stress that there are a variety of state and federal grant programs, but I think we all know that the magnitude of the problem is going to wildly exceed what the state and federal grant programs can do. They can help kind of provide seed funding for us, but I think the fundamental economic question and finance question is probably a journey that we're just beginning on, and that there's been some preliminary work. I know that BCDC has had the financing for the future discussion going on for many years. The Resilient by Design contest of a few years ago had a panel that worked on finance issues. A group of us are trying to identify really the best, smartest municipal finance experts to help us just understand how do we even frame the question, how do we frame the issue so we can learn from what's occurring all around the country, because we recognize that there's going to be an enormous need for the private sector to play a much bigger role, and what sort of incentives and new ways of incentives or regulation or whatever is going to be necessary to come up with the perfect public-private partnerships to tackle these issues. But ultimately, for your equity question, I think ultimately it will require something like the Bay Restoration Authority to be the ultimate distributor of those funds, because you have some representation from all 9 counties in which there has to be a decision as to what's the highest priority that has the most bang for the buck, and so that it isn't just the most powerful political entities protect themselves. Foster City's taking care of itself. It's going to have a nice dike around it. What does that going to do to East Palo Alto right next to them? So I think that we're going to need to strengthen and give more resources to the regional entities like the Bay Restoration Authority, so that those funds can be distributed to the most cost-effective bang for the buck solutions.
Thank you so much. Again, water knows no boundaries. So when you think about Foster City and their solution, when this water rises, it won't stop at Foster City. We know it's going to move about. Here's another audience question. Most of these responses have been focused on governance, elected officials, and large organizations. What is the role of the general public, the grassroots, and labor in facing these issues?
I'll take it
from the audience. I didn't spring this one.
I'll take a stab at this. When you ask about what the community can do, the first thing I thought of earlier today was how effective this measure AA was in getting everybody to buy into that concept of spreading the costs among the entire community. It's kind of like insurance. You spread the risk through a lot of people to pay for just a few losses. And so I think that if you could get the community to all buy into this and show them that you're going to have to take some action, it's going to cost something along the way. But if you could get the private, public, big corporations, everybody involved in it, and recognize the fact you're not going to fix it overnight, but if you at least get started with something that down the road you'll have some protection you otherwise might not have.
I would add that ultimately you're going to want 8 million people in the Bay Area to vote for some kind of I would say, a local regional bond measure. So I think it's important that you have, like any political campaign, that you give people a common message, that you repeat that message, you give them hope, and you give them vision of what they're going to get in return that's going to be better life for themselves and their grandkids. And that's why I believe that the expertise that exists in this room, if we can figure out the best way of tapping that expertise and doing the type of, call it climate boot camp for newly elected officials, so all the local elected officials understand how this affects their city, their shoreline, and that there's a common way of messaging so that it doesn't scare people or doesn't just seem too abstract, so that we give people a very discrete, common, positive message of what funding can do to improve the quality of life for their kids and their grandkids. Then I think we move forward with with a good vision and a hopeful vision.
Yeah, and I want to bring us back to something that Mayor Libby Schaaf said to us about personalizing it. We spent quite a bit of time in Marin having community awareness and education sessions, but we were most effective when we could bring it right down to the ground and personalize it and let people personalize it for themselves too. So that seems to be what really grabs people and what's in it for them.
I read somewhere recently that we underestimate how much action people are willing to take on climate. And I think that resonates with me, especially generationally, as you know, I have a teenager who's always wondering why we're not doing more. And so I do feel like having really a concrete set of strategies and showing that it can work and that we have examples of how it has worked in other places is really powerful. And so I think if we can arm grassroots organizations with that type of information, it would make a pretty big difference.
And this region has a legacy of of funding these types of things. We've done that in the past, and I think that should give all of us hope. I think the voters aren't in a great mood right now, and we're seeing that in the polling for sure. And even this region is getting a little bit anti-tax. But I do think that that's going to turn around, and I think it's incumbent on all of us to tell the story. And again, I want to come back to I think we all need to be talking about the progress that we're making, and to show folks these are the types of projects we can pull off, and these projects are hugely important. They might cost money, but your neighbor might be working on something, and maybe you should be thinking about that too. I think that's kind of where we need to go as a region. Again, like moving away from scaring people and the doomsday and more into we can get this done.
Thank you for all the comments. Yes, moving away from doomsday, remembering our children and the youth. We have to make sure that we're giving them something to work with. So this project and this work is imperative. Going back to an audience question, how do you communicate SLR issues and adaptation efforts to the public? And what kind of feedback have you received?
I think probably all of us in this room have tried to communicate sea level rise. You have to do it simply and in layman's terms with the public. And again, I think we always want to come across with there are solutions. They're happening down the street and around the bay, around the world, and we'll figure it out. But I think you have to be simple and not get into the weeds on things like this, unless you're asked.
I just think more and more when we're talking about similar issues, whether it's transportation or housing, all of these issues connect. And I think I just find that in my work and the work that my colleagues are doing, we're talking about sea level, we're talking about housing, the importance of housing preservation and low-income housing. I mean, sea level rise and climate adaptation and resilience is coming up in those conversations as well. So I think we can do more and more, even though the topic might be tangential. That we're bringing this issue in.
I'd also just point out that the Bay Area is the galactic headquarters of almost every major tech and communications company that have transformed how 3/4 of the planet accesses knowledge, communicates, solves problems, and entertains itself. And if we can't tap that creative capacity to use this little magic box to explain and visualize what a hopeful future can be, then people like me ought to be taken out and shot for political malpractice, because I do think we have the capacity to both define the problem, make it local, and give people a vision of what a hopeful future can be.
Well, Warner stressed how important it was that everybody here leave with a hard copy of the report. And I pushed back saying, well, nobody reads anymore. And that's why we did the QR code. Anyway, you can look at it. I mean, this is sort of a natural experiment. I guess we'd like to see how many of you actually, read the report or take a look at it. So it's a communication challenge that people don't read. And so we have to kind of do reports a little bit differently, get this information, some of this technical information, think about different ways of getting it across to people than we did in the past. So I think, harnessing all the technology at our disposal in different forms of communication is just going to be really important as the years go on.
I see audience members picking up the report and reading it. I know you're going to read it, right? Of course. All right. Moving on, can anyone share an example of regional projects that have successfully leveraged innovative funding mechanisms, and what lessons can be learned from these? Jump in.
Well, I mean, in transportation, often when we're doing projects, I mean, we have to cobble together 20 different funding sources to get them done. And we often fight battles about who's the first dollar in and who's the last dollar in. So that's going to be the same, I think, with this issue as well. Who is seeding the funding? Who's doing the pre-development work? Who's working to get like the permits and doing the engineering, and then who's actually building the thing? One of the things strategically we've been working on just sort of in the housing space a little bit is focusing a lot on pre-development and technical assistance, as those are also expensive. And, you know, we think it's a way to sort of seed that. And I think one of the panelists in the morning was kind of talking about this, the importance of pre-development, not just sort of capital implementation. And, you know, we as an agency feel like there's a gap to be filled there. And so we are trying to put some energy and some dollars toward that, because that gets projects rolling, and then it can elevate them on the prioritization list, and then that can allow folks to go after bigger pots of money at the state or federal level down the line.
Thank you. And what is the role of development in the work that we're doing?
We were talking about that today at lunch. In that development has a role if it's done thoughtfully. It can pay and provide for your sea level adaptation solutions, but cities and towns and counties need to be ready to plan for that and understand what those parameters, and Len was speaking to that this morning. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm just thinking about some of the projects that I have worked on in the past. You know, I mentioned Moffett Park in Sunnyvale earlier. That's an interesting example of a development project. It's 1,100, I think it's 1,100 acres. It's a huge opportunity. It's right on the bay. And it is, the primary landowner is Google. So they have the potential to really implement a lot of innovative practices, and that's what the plan is sort of looking at, right? A lot of interesting, innovative infrastructure solutions to adapt to climate change and to sea level rise and other issues too, like heat islands. And so there is opportunity there when the private sector gets involved. There's also some risk there, because what happens if that particular private actor is no longer interested in pursuing that project? And so there are best practices in how you can structure a development agreement or create some guarantees for the community so that there is some protection, so that if that project does advance and gets built, that there's still some accountability on both sides to do that innovation and make sure that it's working. But I think that there are some interesting examples with some of the major development projects that are happening around the Bay.
Thank you so much. So with 2 minutes left, I'm going to just do a round robin. What gives you hope or inspires you as we look at this and act upon what is needed?
You know, I think we've got everything we need in the Bay Area to solve this problem. We just have to organize ourselves, and I really believe that.
I think we've had a legacy in this region of solving these types of problems. As a region, we've done it before with environmental and infrastructure issues. So that gives me hope that we can deal with this too.
I think the fact that people are experiencing this in real time gives me hope that it's not an abstract idea anymore, and it gives people a lot more, it makes people a lot more motivated to take action.
In a word, women. Every meeting that I've gone to the last 10 years has been dealing with climate adaptation issues has been 3/4 female. Every meeting I go to, I do a head count, and it's 3/4. So if we're going to dig our way out of this frickin' hole, it's going to be our wives, our sisters, our daughters, and our cousins that are pulling us out, and whom I'm going to be thanking when I go on to the next portion of my life.
Thank you, Warner. Women.
Well, that's a good one to follow. I would say that there's a lot more awareness in the community and across the region than there was a number of years ago. I mean, when I think back of 1997, when we had this Pineapple Express that came through the Bay Area and created a 500-year event up in the Sierras from a flood standpoint, now we look at these atmospheric rivers as not a question of if, it's just how many are we going to have. So I think those are giving people firsthand knowledge and an idea that things need to change and that we need to be prepared in the future.
Thank you all. And what gives me hope is this room, people who are in this room, this panel. My community depends on us finding a solution because we're going to be directly impacted by the sea level rise. Can we give this panel a round of applause? Thank you for joining us.
All right. Thank you, Lisa, and thank you to our third panelists. I thought that was a really thoughtful conversation, and hope it stimulates some follow-up conversations for the region. So now we're going to transition to our closing perspective. We've received a lot of information today about current and future funding for resilience. Contextualizing what that means for the region from a familiar leader to us all, I would like to introduce Zach Wasserman. Zach is the chair of the San Francisco Bay Conservation and Development Commission, a position he has excelled at in the past 12 years. Zach also serves as the vice chair for the Bay Area Regional Collaborative. As if these two positions are not enough for Zach, in his free time, he remains active in the community, involving himself with multiple nonprofits and foundations engaged in economic and business development. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Zach Wasserman.
Good afternoon, all. I want to start for thanking Bay Planning Coalition for putting this on, and all of you for being here and staying through this very informative day and challenging day. I don't want to say my job as the toughest of the day, but I'm supposed to weave all of this together and leave you some inspiration in 10 minutes or less. Libby Schaff did a great job kicking this off. I think she really set the tone. And I think her theme of hope, challenge, action is really woven through almost everybody who spoke and what we need to do. She also set a seed, which she talked about and has come up a little bit, but I think is critical to our accomplishing the task. And that is, we do need to focus on our stories. And Supervisor Moulton Peters talked about it in terms of getting clear messages. We do need clear messages, but we also need stories to catch people's attention. So as we're working and thinking and working together, we need to capture those stories and figure out how to tell them well. I think it's also very important that Libby talked about regionalism. I have long been a proponent of regionalism. She contrasted a little bit regionalism versus local boosters. You can be both. I've been very pleased as chair of BCDC for the last 12 years to see how our local officials, because most of our board is made up of representative cities and counties, obviously support their local community and their constituencies. But by and large, they leave their local hats when they come into the BCDC room, and they are regionalists. So Libby talked about figuring out a way to recognize and reward regionalists. So I'm going to give you my first challenge. I'm going to give Bay Planning Coalition and the people in this room a couple of specific challenges. The first is to develop a program, perhaps in conjunction with other agencies, so broaden it a little bit, that on an annual basis recognizes elected leaders and some others who are regionalists, to give them that positive feedback. Two, as Libby said, promote them and show that those of us who care about the Bay and care about regional issues should support those people who are regionalists. Because I will tell you, in some elections over the last few years, the regionalists have been trounced at the ballot box. And we need to fight that. We need to encourage people to stand up, support their constituencies, but be regionalists. I'm not an elected official, never have been. Lost every little election I ran for. But I've been, for the past 50 years, a very strong Oakland booster. Libby used to refer to me as Mr. Oakland. I continue to boost Oakland. But over the years, I have also become a regionalist. Not simply as chair of BCDC, I was the longtime, 36 years, general counsel for the Alameda County Transportation Commission. County, but still a regional organization and connecting to others. So I understand, both on a very practical sense and at a very high level conceptual complex sense, how important it is that we support regional activities. We cross jurisdictions. And that's a recurrent theme through today. Sorry. I don't usually take notes, but it was important enough, given all this information, to do so. There was talk next about how we can better organize to fund our regional and local needs, planning and projects. Those are not the same. They are intricately interwoven. Most funding from external sources is for projects. We need money for planning. Another theme, I'll come back to it, is we need long-term planning. I'll talk about some notes of hope as we go on about that. No, I'll do it now. One note of hope was talked about here in the cooperation that was talked about for the NOAA Regional Challenge Grant. And there are actually two of those, the one we heard about here and one that the Conservancy led. Both of those are finalists. Hopefully they'll get the funding. And they brought together multiple jurisdictions, fought out in mostly a friendly way, the priorities, because you do need to do that. You need to accept that you have to do that, and had that successful event. Another note of hope on that same approach is the MOU that Matt talked about. This is really a major step forward. It covers a variety of things, but the core of it is really figuring out how we can cooperate, how the regional agencies involved in funding adaptation can cooperate to make our proposals more effective. And it is going forward. People had some doubts about it. People had concerns about their turf, their territory, authority, all of those things. But we've worked those out. They're going to the agencies. The executive directors of all of them have approved it. And I think they will all sign on. And I think that will be a significant sign of progress and of hope. And there is funding in the governor's budget for the planning for SB 272. SB 272 has another theme to it that, again, is woven through here, and that's persistence. John Laird fought and fought and fought to get this bill passed. Not so much with the legislature, a little bit with the governor's office, but in this last session, got the governor to sign it. And the fact that the governor is now funding local planning is a very significant step forward and a significant element of hope. Brad talked about change. He talked about needed changes for the waterfront. But he talked in particular about changes at the Army Corps of Engineers. And I want to join in his shout out to the Army Corps, to Tessa Beach, to Tommy Williams, to Commander Shasta, for leading the way with the Corps for new ways of thinking. Not only in the approach he described in terms of really dealing with rising sea level as a problem the Corps needs to take on, as opposed to simply storms. Some of you may have heard Larry Goldspan, the executive director of BCDC, occasionally say, a little bit tongue-in-cheek, our problem is here in the Bay Area, we don't have hurricanes. And that is a problem, and I'll come back to that one too. But they have led this not only there, but also in really embracing the concept of beneficial reuse that is going to be critical to having fill that we need to adapt the bay to protect it from rising tides. Some of you have heard me say this in the past. We didn't talk about it much today. But there has been in the Bay Area, and in particularly at my agency, BCDC, really a critical gestalt change, because it was founded to protect the bay from fill. And it was a very important movement. Today, while we still have that mission, there are also elements in which we are going to have to fill the bay so that it does not, that the water in the bay, that the water from rising sea level does not overwhelm us. There was talk about, Len Matterman talked about One Shoreline, which is a magnificent example of new ways to approach things. And if you haven't studied its governance, its formation, and some of its actions, I urge you to do so. It's a great example. He's also presented some thinking outside the box and sort of got close to what was recommended earlier in the day, to throw out the box, to not constrain our thinking about how we solve these problems. I don't know whether the seawall with gates makes sense or not, but we have to think about the unthinkable if we're going to successfully protect ourselves and adapt. And that's not easy to do. We need to throw out some of our biases. We need to disregard some of the things that we have thought are constraints. Doesn't mean we rush to do them. But if we don't think about them, we won't succeed, because we have to put together a huge array of methods, of funding, of people, of organizations, if we are going to succeed in this. Rising sea level has been called a slow-moving emergency. And it is. And that gets back to the lack of hurricane problem. We need to figure out how. And we are making strides in this area, but we need to continue it much more aggressively to figure out how we can do the long-term planning now for that slow-moving emergency. Because if we don't do it now, it will be too late. I got a piece of bad news for you. I know Matt talked about not being too gloomy, too doomsday. Those numbers in the report, which you absolutely should take and read, I don't care whether you do it in print or on screen, are conservative and too low. The damage is going to be, if we don't do enough, far more than $230 billion. And the cost is going to be more than $110 billion. But as was pointed out, when you compare those two, how can we not do the 110 to avoid not only the greater economic cost, but the greater human cost and natural cost of the things that will be destroyed if we do not build to adapt? This has been an excellent boost to the discussions that are taking place. Other versions of it are occurring in our organizations, in other forums. I do want to bring your attention to one on August 8th, jointly sponsored by BCDC and Greenbelt Alliance, that will be at the Exploratorium, Rising Together, a Bay Adapt plan. It will be a 3/4 day event that will continue these kinds of discussions and also recognize some of our regional leaders. So thoughts to leave you with. We need to be persistent. The 3 women who founded BCDC Save the Bay, Esther Gulick, Sylvia McLaughlin, Kay Kerr, were persistent. They were ignored in the beginning by all, yes, Warner the male environmentalists, and they persisted, and they accomplished things that if they had not, we wouldn't be sitting here, we wouldn't be talking about, we would not have the bay we have. So we need to learn from them and have hope from them. I'm going to do a very bad paraphrase of Benjamin Franklin. If we don't learn to row together, we are all going to be flooded out together. And it's not just flooding from the bay coming to us. It's the groundwater coming up, yes, through our toilets. It will affect all of us. So we need to learn stories. We need to tell stories. We do need to scare people, because that's the way you get their attention. But we need to do that with hope. And you've heard a bunch of lessons about hope. So I'm going to end with another challenge to Bay Planning Coalition. And I think today has been a wonderful stage and preparation for that. I ask you, both as an organization and as the individuals who participated, and the individuals in this room who may not yet participate in BPC, you ought to become another leader and leaders in this effort to figure out how we can achieve the funding that we need to do. It's going to be local, it's going to be bond issues, it's going to be state, it's going to be federal, it's going to be philanthropic, it's going to be from private development. It needs all of those elements and probably more to do that. So I ask you to join, and I know some of you have been active, but the organization has been there but not active as a leader yet. So I ask you to really step up and take that on. We will welcome it. We will work with you, as we all need to work together. I thank you.
All right. Thank you, Zach. We're going to see, I have a couple little closing slides. We'll see if we can get them. Awesome. All right. How are we doing? We're almost there. I'll make it short and sweet. All right. So as we close the curtains on this year's Spring Summit, I would like to express my sincere thank you to all the speakers today. I think you all did a phenomenal job in really advancing the overall theme of the summit, and I'm hopeful that the conversations will continue. So can we give them a quick, big round of applause? Each year, the Bay Planning Coalition organizes the Spring Summit to serve as a forum of actionable dialogue, inspiration, and a little bit of a reality check on pressing issues related to the Bay Area. At BPC's Spring Summit event in 2014, we featured a panel titled Sea Level Rise is Coming, What do we do about it? And now we're 10 years later, and the same question kind of exists in the same form, but perhaps it's how do we fund the adaptation response? As we have heard from the conversation today, building resilience, financial strategies for a changing Bay Area is not solely a past endeavor or a future action, but both. Growing from the past successes of the region to fund and implement adaptation efforts, it is clear that we have the experience to be successful in building resilience. However, do we have the coordination needed to be successful? I think we do, and the Bay Planning Coalition will remain engaged in this conversation and process, providing the convening support necessary as we have for over 40 years. As we stand at the junction of reflection and determination, let us not forget the pivotal role that each of us plays in shaping resilience. It is not merely a task for governments or organizations alone, but a collective endeavor and a responsibility that transcends boundaries. The Bay Planning Coalition and its members are uniquely positioned to drive tangible change. Our organization stands as a beacon of collaboration, uniting industry leaders, regional stakeholders, and policymakers in the pursuit of a common goal, a resilient Bay Area for generations to come. So, let us not leave today's summit disassociated by the daunting task ahead of us. Instead, let us commit to innovation and collaboration. Together, we can turn the rising tide of an uncertain future into a wave of opportunity as we secure a thriving future for our communities and economy amidst the changing challenges that we are facing. In closing, I would like to thank you all for making our Spring Summit a great success. There was a great turnout and a lot of new faces, so we're happy to see you all here. On behalf of BPC, a special thank you to our event sponsors, and I will flash them through the screen. If it over, let's see. All right, we have our presenting sponsors, our contributing sponsors, supporting sponsors, and our donor sponsors for today's event. Thank you all for your commitment and engagement. I know it's been a long day, but I'm glad to see some smiles on your faces still. And just a logistics note, there's a recording that we're hoping to have posted by Friday, if not by Monday. And we will also be posting any unanswered questions if there are responses from the panelists. So thank you all.